Hey there, how's it going? Sorry we're getting started a little bit later than normal, folks, but we are here. We're ready to go with more for this world of peace today. Maybe just maybe we'll get through chapter 3 today. Probably not. We're gonna be doing a little bit of a shorter stream. And we've got some stuff to look at. We've got Rico's trailer that just dropped earlier today since she's coming to the game this week. And I figured we could take a look at that, and then we could take a look at the characters that we saw in the story yesterday. We could take a look at their kits. I should actually get the game up and running here for us, so that once we're looking at the characters, we can listen to the music. And so for the trailer here, we'll just mute the game. But I'm gonna go ahead and get the game pulled up here too. In the meantime, should. Yeah, there it goes. And then we're just going to mute that, and we're going to go back to trailer for the time being. Okay, so this is Rico's trailer. It's actually a little bit long. It's almost 2 minutes. Let's go ahead and dive right in here. And if I need to get off the screen for it, I will in a second. We'll see. How's our volume? Pretty good? Yeah. Someone's challenging us. Me. I'm ready. I'm so ready. Scared yet? Are you? Oh, look at her art. Her art looks pretty good, actually. Not gonna lie. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I'm totally grabbing that.
Trait, most formidable boss Rico, grants
cool.
her HP recovery whenever she suffers an active attack while in an injured state. Throughout the battle, she also accumulates a unique buff called Fur Rage, which increases her crit rate and crit damage. Once Fur Rage reaches a designated number of stacks, Rico can instantly cast Owl Dragon Roar, in the enemy lines to deal AoE
So
damage, inflict vulnerable, and gain damage reduction. Her next attack following this will benefit from a significant increase to crit rate and crit damage. The instant cast skill, Milk Power Boost, restores Rico's HP, boosts her defense, grants her a stack of Fur Rage, and applies damage lock-on, a protective effect that limits the damage she can take from a single attack to a fixed percentage of her maximum.
Can we just pause for a second and say how thorough these trailers are getting? Where they debut these characters. I mean, honestly, compared to like our COTC new character announcement trailers, these are really well done. They're going into the game and showing character gameplay. Like, I know they do that in COTC as well, but they don't like basically pause what they're showing on the screen to like read what a skill does or something, and they don't. Yeah, I mean, I guess they do show COTC characters in combat. It's just, I don't know. It feels better in here.
Precision skill, Hammer Time. Rico can choose between Mountain Toppling Slap and Earth Shattering Tornado, both of which reduce the target's
How's it going, Beer?
and make the target unable to receive.
I know they're anime characters, right? I swear Rico totally. She totally reminds me of that one character in Dragon Ball. I think it was Dragon Ball Super. That Vegeta gets his butt kicked by Aurelia or something like that. Like, just total joke of a character, and he totally kicks his butt. I mean, honestly, she doesn't look that bad. I think the problem is we've just got better characters coming. Like, we got much more power creep characters coming, but she's honestly, from a design standpoint, she's pretty fun. Like, I don't think I would ever be upset if I picked her up, like, pulling for another character, as long as I get the character I'm pulling for too, right? Like if I did get her instead of, like, Camelot, I would be upset. But if I got her in addition to Camelot, I might actually be kind of happy. I'm not gonna lie, like, looking at her kit, it looked like she was a little bit power creep of Augusto. I think she looks on paper like she's gonna be a little bit better than him. But again, at this point, that's still not the greatest thing to say. So, she she's like, I think she just does like AoE and stuff. It looks like she's gonna do a lot of AoEing. She might do some stunning and stuff too. Um, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and unmute our volume here. As we take a look. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna take a look at the kits from a couple characters we saw in the story in this game yesterday, and see what they're about for a few minutes here before we get started playing the game. I'm gonna make it a little bigger too, so hopefully it'll be easier on you guys' eyes. Okay, so the second character we saw in the story yesterday was Yserinde here. She's the first advisor of the Lionhearted Knights, which means she works directly, probably means she's Camelot's right-hand gal. And so she's gonna be big in the story coming up for the rest of the story probably. But she's a seeker, you know, which is the class that I have the most characters of. So I think she's gonna be a skip for me, but I think she's also quite meta though. Like if we look at the Chinese, if we look at this Chinese content creators tier list, which we're often referencing on the stream, she's quite good. She's up here in the top 20. It does look like her most beneficial game mode is PvP, and again, like in this game where PvP is such a small priority in this game, basically at the devs' discretion. Basically, like there's not really much PvP content for us to engage with outside of like community tournaments and stuff, and so there's not really that much reason for players to put emphasis on PvP. And so like when I'm looking at this tier list or any other tier list where they have characters like broken down by different game types and by different situations they could be in, like the PvP column here is like by far the least weighted, I think. And so like thinking about SP Samantha being so good at PvP, that just doesn't matter that much to me. I care much more about their mobbing, which is basically AoE damage, and then their bossing, which is basically single target damage. Like those are the two things that I really care about for characters other than, you know, support characters like Safi here. But even Safi, I mean, she's incredible at bosses because her ult is a bunch of single target assists that she calls in from her allies. So she actually technically brings a lot of damage to the team too with that, on top of like healing and cleansing and stuff. And so like these characters in here, I mean, Yserinde here, who we're gonna look at right now, her best situation is PvP, so that like also doesn't interest me that much. It's really interesting to see that's where they have Rowley ranked the highest too. I still use her like a lot, but yeah. And then like characters we're looking at pulling in the future are like Camelot, maybe Samantha, maybe Maitha, maybe Tristan, maybe Agatha. And so like trying to figure out which pairing, which twos of Samantha, Maitha, Tristan, and Agatha we're looking at. Like Tristan being incredible at PvP just like doesn't matter that much to me. Now the problem is both her and Agatha are both the best at PvP. And so we kind of need to disregard that and just think about the other two, which Tristan still happens to be slightly better at, but it also depends on like what our roster is like and everything, because we only have so many slots in a team to bring characters into for the different situations, right? And so like Tristan and Agatha for like bossing or mobbing, like I think I have a better boss team at this point than I do like single target rather than AoE, because I've got an Ana up here at the top. I've got Lutfi, who's like the best debuffer in the game right now. I've got Kavari, who actually isn't that bad at it either. But like down here, I've got Safi, who's really good at it. I've got Estra, who's like still the second best character in the game at it. I've got an Ana, who I think we're gonna be working on more in the future again, like the OG version of her, who actually seems to be not this bad at mobbing either with her new SP skill. But the SP skill also makes it so she can actually, as a healer, she can actually bring, and a support, she can actually bring a little bit of damage to a boss situation too. And then I have Safi down here too. So like if we're just running SP, we're running Safi, Estra, SP Safi, Lutfi, that's 4, and then Anana is 5, and then whenever I get Camelot, he'll be 6. I mean that really doesn't leave any room for like Agatha or even Tristan. I mean maybe you could make an argument that it would be better to run Tristan in a boss team than Safi. But my Safi is so well built. She's like fully fleshed out. And Tristan would take months to get fully built like that. So even if I did get Tristan, it would be a while before she might be making it into like boss teams. And even then she, you know, there's still arguments that maybe because we'd be investing in Kavari and maybe either Samantha or Maitha a lot as well, that Tristan just wouldn't make the team. Right? And so then we want to look at the mobbing, the AoEing, and Agatha is just like better at that. So that's partly why I'm leaning towards Agatha over Tristan, and partly why I'm also leaning toward Samantha over Maitha. But the thing with those two is like Samantha, the reason Samantha is above Maitha on this person's tier list is because of PvP, right? Like if you see Maitha's higher score in AoE, higher score in single target, and so that's a little bit tricky, because I was wanting to, out of these 4 characters, I was wanting to get 1 Watcher and 1 Destroyer, so I have more role balance, more class balance. Except the problem is, it looks like for me and my roster, the best choices would be Maitha and Agatha. Like especially with Camelot in mind. I mean, Camelot's gonna be in like every team I have once he gets added to the game. And honestly, I think Samantha and Maitha probably would be too. Maybe I need to think about like team building too, because Anana should be in every team, right? Camelot should be in every team. Kavari should maybe be in every team. Maybe he gets squeezed from boss fights, but he should definitely be in every non-boss fight team, right? And so like if we're looking at characters I have an 100% plan to get, which is basically just Camelot at this point. The other 4 are kind of up in the air. So if we're looking at Anana, Camelot, Kavari, Lutfi, that's already 4 characters. And then probably the other 2 that I should have. I mean, Estra's not great for mobbing, right? Rawi's even not that great. Honestly, for mobbing for like AoE fights for non boss fights. Right now, my sixth, if I have a sixth slot, should probably be Luvada. And honestly, I'm kind of already trending that way, even though she's only 1 star. Like in pioneering, I'm just using her well, not in most teams, but whenever I can, basically. And so that would, her plus SP Safi as my healer would basically round out at 6 characters already. And like that's for mobbing, and that does not even have Samantha or Maitha factored in, who are literally the 2 best characters in the game currently in the regions that are months ahead of us, right? And so that's interesting, right? Because that would probably mean I would need to squeeze. Well, for instance, it would mean anybody down here other than Safi would be squeezed. So it would be Safi and then 4 or 5 of the characters above her. Lutfi I honestly just like in anything at this point. Like, honestly, I think Lutfi is just a staple, and he's still only 3 stars, and he's going to get a lot of power. He's going to get more debuffing power at 4 stars, and then he's actually going to get offensive capabilities at 5 stars, like direct damage capabilities too. And so like I think he's going to skyrocket in terms of what he's doing in the coming months here. And so because he's like the best debuffer on top of eventually being a solid damage dealer too, like I think he's just a staple in like every team moving forward for me. Like he's just easy. He's easy, like enemy positioning enemy position manipulation with decoy. And I found that like if you run him super far away from the rest of the team and you just plop him down with like 3 or 4 enemies, after he decoys, he's decoyed for 3 turns, right? And he can just keep dotting them up and damaging them over time while he stays invisible. And the AI just does not move if you don't have any other of your characters in range. They will, the enemies he like groups up will not charge at the rest of your team if they're out of range. They just sit there getting dotted up and whittled down by him. And so like he's already doing good stuff in like mobbing situations. He's just like taking a group of enemies like out of the fight basically. And while he does that, he's also damaging them and softening them up for when the rest of your team is done working on killing whatever enemies they're fighting now. And so like he's already getting tons of value. So I think Lutfi's always in the team. I think Safi as my healer is always in the team. And then Anana's always in the team. So that's 3 right there. Camelot will always be in the team. That's 4. And then for a 5 character team, I mean for mobbing, Convallaria should be in every team. So that's 5. And so if we're talking about getting Samantha or Maitha, like who do I even take out of the team for one of them? If we're only using 5 characters, like legitimately, they technically are both better than Convallaria, but holy cow, Convallaria's range and the fact he brings a speed lead to the team. I don't know how you take him out of the team. I don't know how you take Lutfi's debuffing and control out of a team. But then you also have Anana and Kiya. I don't know. It's gonna be like huge first world problems with team building in the future with these with these top characters, these top 5 characters coming out in the future, right? Because if we look over here on the right, like 4 of the 5 best characters in the game are not out in our region yet. And once they start coming out in our region, like they just power creep like everybody else. Camelot, Samantha, and Maitha especially. I mean Lucamar too. Lucamar is the queen of single target damage now. but she's also competent at more than competent at mobbing too. So yeah, I don't know. She's gonna muck things up even more because she came out after all these other three up here. But yeah, I don't know how when we're building teams of 5 characters. I mean, and then there's other characters who I have heavily invested in, who I would rate, at least as of right now for these different situations, as higher than they have. Like Pamina down here, who I'm blocking, right? Pamina right here at 26. Like, she's probably my best mobbing performer right now. Like, she performs, and Raleigh is my second best one, probably. It's those two and Kavari, basically, and Inanna. But more often than not, Pamina performs the best of all 4 of them, even though she's got a lower score. And so, I mean, we'll have to see when my Inanna gets up to 5 stars. I'm sure she's eventually gonna outperform Pamina in that regard once she's fully starred up and everything. But until then, and I mean, these other top 5 characters, like we'll have to invest time in them before they're performing this well. But when they are, it's just, I don't know, it almost makes it feel like Tristan and Agatha might actually just never have a home. Right? Like, they might just never be able to make it into a team if I use a selector on either of them. Because even at 8.62 here and 8.92 here, I mean, I guess let's look at the bossing now, and what that would look like with just Camelot plus characters I have now. So right now for boss fighting, I have Estra, who's a must pick. I have Safi, who's my healer and a must pick. That's 2. We have Lutfi, who's a debuffing must pick. And then we have Inanna, who's a must pick. That's already 4 characters there. Now we know in boss situations, we typically have 6 characters, so we don't have to worry about trying to fit in 5 only. So Camelot can be number 5. And then as far as 6 goes, I mean, Lucamar is probably the goal there. Right, because there's a little gap in time probably between Camelot and Lucamar, which means we can probably get both of them if we do a good job of saving and skipping other banners between them, just like we're doing between Inanna now and potentially pulling for Samantha here. And so there's a good chance we can probably get Camelot and Lucamar, and so Lucamar would clearly take the 6th spot, right? But until then, like coming down the list, we've got Inanna, who's actually really good because she can still give Act Again as well, just like her SP version. The only difference is her SP version can give it to someone else plus herself, and so it's like twice as effective as her base form. But her base form's SP skill is actually good single target damage, and so she can actually do okay single target damage in a boss fight too. And so that's why she's very similar to Safi. Now my Safi is way more built than my base Inanna though. And so Safi is probably the 6th person I have now, 877. So technically Tristan should be an upgrade there, but it's so slight that, like, honestly, I wouldn't even mind just using Kavari instead, because he's so little less effective, and he's such a strong character overall. I would rather just invest more resources into him overall anyways. And like the same goes for Samantha and Maitha if we were to pull one of them or both of them too. And then of course, like I said, Lucamar will eventually take that spot anyways. But so yeah, like the more I'm thinking about it, Tristan and Agatha, I don't know, like they honestly might actually be coming too late if I were to use one of the selectors on either of them. And so then then the choice between them comes back to, for game modes where we can only use, where we want to use a specific classes, specific roles, that's maybe where we're pulling them for. And in that case, it's usually in mobbing situations where you're fighting a lot of enemies, right? Like it's a normal gameplay stage where you're fighting against like 10 enemies or something. And so in that case, it does, yet again, it looks like Agatha is probably going to be the better choice here. Now the only caveat with that is that she's a watcher, right? And she does have one skill where she can heal nearby allies, so she's kind of like an off healer potentially too, on top of being a still very respectable damage dealer. But my main healer, SP Safi here, is, I mean, she's like an off healer too, but she's so incredibly good at it that, at least for me, for most situations, she's enough to be the main healer too. But the fact that she's also a watcher makes the value a little bit less for Agatha in that case too. And then up here in terms of Sam and Maitha is a watcher and Sam is a destroyer. And so we're already talking about using the selector on Agatha over Tristan, probably because of mobbing being a higher priority for the selector target. But we're also talking about potentially pulling Sam over Maitha up here, and looking at the two categories, mobbing and bossing. Maitha's better at both. It's only the PvP for Sam that's why she's higher on the tier list. And so, like, with that in mind, Maitha maybe is who we should pick up here too. Maitha is also the best speed leader in the game, apparently. Apparently she has a passive that makes it so she can get up to 443 speed, which is just ridiculous. It's 100 more speed than anybody in the game right now. And there's only one person in the game right now who is even close to being only 100 speed slower than her. And so, like, for PvP purposes, she's also kind of interesting, even though that's not really a priority for us. But that complicates things for game modes where we are incentivized to play a single class, right? Because then we're taking two watchers here instead of a watcher and a destroyer. So that gets a little bit dicey there too. How's it going, Sarah? I'm just talking more about like poll planning and stuff, and I feel like the more I talk about it, the more complicated it gets. Because now I was kind of breaking it down by like which characters I can fit into like a mobbing situation. So like in pioneering or in whatever kind of content where we're just fighting against a bunch of enemies and stuff, like what 5 or 6 characters could I fit in there? And then the same thing for bossing. And honestly, I think whichever character, Agatha or Tristan, that I pick from the selector, I don't think either of them will actually make it into a team. I think the selector pick for me, at least, is going to be just for like pioneer type content where we're just trying to use one class of characters. And so like I think I will have boss sorted more, so then I think it comes down to like mobbing and it, tier list wise, it looks like Agatha is just better than Tristan. But the problem is Maitha also is better than Sam at that. But I wanted to get a watcher and a destroyer, so I don't know. I don't know. Now isn't Samantha I think Samantha is a destroyer though, isn't she? So that would mean that you could still find use for Agatha, probably at least in like pioneering or something, would be my guess, but maybe not. I don't know. I feel like it's been a little bit hit or miss with doing the whole like 4 characters of the same role in Pioneer 2. Like for some of them it works really well, like Seeker and Breaker and stuff, but like for others, like for me at least, Defender and Destroyer, I just can't bring 4 of them and have the stages not take like half an hour to an hour, because my roles, those 2 roles are just way too thin. Oh, is it? I saw that someone already beat 200. Did you see that? there was a video a couple days ago. Someone already beat 200. I can't remember where I'm at. I think I'm around 10. I think I'm somewhere in between 100 and 110 at this point, I think. Oh wow, you're doing really good. What are you running like mostly one team for everything, or are you switching it up depending on which kind of stage you're doing? It definitely kind of feels like, from what I've been hearing, it feels like it really makes a big difference in that game mode if you have or do not have like the best defenders in the game. If you don't have, like, if you do have Coco, if you do have Isa, and even a little bit if you do have Layla. I don't know if I've heard anything about Flavia in that game mode, but yeah, and so you're using, yeah, so with Agatha is like inherently tanky too, and Coco obviously brings a lot of healing and buffing and survivability. So like you have stuff that I just don't have for survivability there, it looks like. But you don't even have Isa, who would probably be a great improvement for you over Agatha, I would think. But yeah, I guess maybe my thinking of putting any priority on pioneering or the role-based, like any other role-based game modes or something, because I think I remember hearing there's another like you want to use mostly the same character overall for. I feel like I heard there's another game mode like that too that we'll be getting eventually. I can't remember what it was or what it was like, but I think I remember hearing something like that too. But maybe I'm overvaluing and overweighing like those kinds of game modes too for picking stuff, and maybe I do just need to. I'm probably overthinking this a lot too, because honestly, like looking at these 4 characters, Sam, Maitha, Tristan, and Agatha, it honestly looks like the best decision if you're not caring about roles. It looks like the best combination of those 4 would be Maitha and Agatha. But they're both watchers, which is why it feels like that might like, I don't know, might not be the best choice. But I mean, I guess the other thing is that Sam is like, it's not that much worse at either thing than Maitha. But then there's also the thing about Maitha being like the best speed leader in the game, which is somewhat interesting and appealing. I don't know. I think I need to stop thinking about all this right now. I think I'm just overthinking it. But okay, we got really sidetracked there looking at the tier list, because what we were really trying to do is just look at Ysirinde's kit because we saw her in the story yesterday. So let's come back to this. Let's try to stay a little bit more on topic here, and let's just look at this instead. So her trait. Let's see. Let's hope that her trait is not as complex as Parzival's, because when we looked at his trait yesterday, his trait was like maybe a little bit too confusing. Okay, so she gets jump. Already I am excited about her because jump is just really nice, right? She gains unyielding too. So she's got like re-raise, 1 stack of re-raise, which is cool. She's got deflection, which I can't even remember what deflection does. I think it might give her like block or something. But so she gets deflection when resolve triggers from unyielding. She can jump over other allies, enemies, neutral characters, and items. When using basic attack, can attack adjacent enemies. Now I'm not sure what all enemies in battle are affected by Ever Feather Aura. Oh wow, okay. Now this is really interesting, right? Because this is like Black Feather is like Nidia stuff, right? And so it makes sense because Yserinde here and Nidia are both like, I don't know, like captains or lieutenants or something under Camelot. And so it kind of makes sense that their kits have a little bit to do with each other. Now yesterday when we looked at Parsival, his kit did not have anything to do with Black Feather or anything like this does, but maybe he's kind of just doing his own thing and the two ladies are actually working together or something. Okay, so she gains an additional skin, Plume Stratagem, and she places 1 Blood Plume Blade. Now I've seen this in footage for the game, and it looks like she can have like a bunch of plumes out on the battlefield at any given point. And from what I understand, they're kind of like landmines or something. And I don't know if they get, we'll see when we get down there and look at more of her kit. But before we get into that, I don't know whether they detonate from enemies coming within proximity of them or whether she has to manually detonate them. But they're basically like landmines she can place on the field. And I've seen them for like boss fighting situations where the bosses like summons a lot of ads. And so she can get used for that for like ads control in boss fights and stuff. Which also is a little bit interesting though, because it looks like it's very effective. But when we come back over here and we look at the tier list, she's down here, and her bossing score is not very high. And so I don't know if like that kind of strategy was just not taken into account by this person, or if they just don't value it very highly. It might be kind of like a niche use of her or something that only certain like rosters can make work. Like maybe you need Nidia in the team or something to make it work too. I'm not sure. The what I remember from the videos I've seen her in, where she was doing that in a boss fighting setting, I'm pretty sure I remember seeing her with Anana on the team as well, and I think Maitha, SP Maitha too. I think those are the only 3 characters I remember from whatever videos I've seen of that specific situation. And so that's a little bit interesting though too, because I think Maitha's biggest shtick is that she does like a ridiculous amount of AoE damage, and she can like sustain it or something. And so like, if that's the case and she's in a boss team too, what would the need for Yserinde being there be? Right? Like unless there's like a debuffing component to the blood plumes or something. I think we're gonna have to read the rest of the kit before we get more of the painting of how, you know, where you use her and stuff like contextually here. So let's just keep going, and then we'll come back to like talking about that. Okay. So she starts every battle with this skill, yeah? At the start of the turn, the next use of the skill becomes instant, and costs no energy, and it has a 3-turn cooldown. Okay, so what we're going to be looking for further down in her kit is like ways of reducing or resetting the cooldown on Plume Stratagem so she can get out more of these blood plumes quicker. Okay. All right, and then she also gets 40% defense, and she adds 30% of her defense to attack. Interesting. So she's going to be very tanky too, as far as Seekers go, because that's like a conversion mechanic that we see normally on tankier or bruiser characters, right? Like Pamina does that, Magnus does that, etc., where they get a lot of defense and then they also convert it to attack. Now it's interesting here. She's not converting physical defense to physical attack, it doesn't say, right? And we'll have to see when she gets added to the game in the next probably month or so, maybe month to 2 months, probably the next month, I would guess. But yeah, it's interesting it doesn't say converting to physical attack. And then reduces damage taken or piercing damage taken by 60% when deflection takes effect. Now, again, deflection, as of only her trait, only takes effect after the resolve triggers from unyielding, I think. Yeah, I'm not actually sure, because unyielding and resolve are not the same. I wonder if she's got resolve baked into her kit down below too. I think we might need to look for that as well. Okay, when Blood Plume Blade is triggered, and here we can actually see what it does. So it's an interactive object. When any character stays here, Yserinde inflicts Black Feather for 2 turns and Frostbite for 1 turn on all enemies within 2 tiles of this range. So within 2 tiles of the blood plume that's just like stuck into the ground, dealing piercing damage equal to 50% of her physical attack. And then she gains deflection. Oh wow, so she's gaining deflection like really easily, and she's gonna be really tanky, right? Damage taken or piercing damage taken 60% less, and all she needs for that to happen is for an enemy to go now it says any character, so I wonder if that means enemy or ally or just ally. And it says when they stay here. I don't know. I wonder if that means they have to be like right next to it, like adjacent to it within 1 tile or something. Again, this is stuff we're gonna have to get more info on. We're gonna have to see like a trailer or something to know for sure. But that seems like a really potentially really easy way of not only inflicting Black Feather, which synergizes with Nidia, and Frostbite, which synergizes with all of the Silver Wolves, I think. So like Alexi and Agatha and stuff. I think they always just have like bonuses and stuff when it comes to ice related things. I don't know whether they have like Frostbite related stuff. It might just be like frozen tiles or something that they're like immune to, or they get more movement from or something. But yeah, also easy to get deflection too. And when, okay, so that it's triggered, and then I guess it looks like it gets consumed too, yeah? And she gets 1 energy back from that. Okay, now here's another one which we don't have a tooltip for. When the character has Endless Web, additionally increases piercing damage and dot damage dealt by 25. Now this is a problem, right? Because I've got so many dot characters now, and honestly, it's just really interesting to use all of them together. And so the fact that it looks like she's going to be another one, it's going to be a little bit of a bummer to have to pass on her too, just like it was a bummer to pass on Nidia. And honestly, if we're talking about just now, I wish I don't think, let me see. I don't think we have, does this website do, yeah, they don't do art here. But I like her design too, just like I like Nidia's design. Like Yserinde is a really cool looking character. And so it's often kind of a bummer to have to pass on these really interesting kit wise and really cool design wise characters. But you know, I already had to pass on Tristan and Agatha and Nidia, so what's another one? And yeah. Okay, so her starting skill is Featherstorm. Selects one location, deals piercing damage equal to 50% of her physical attack to all enemies within one tile, and it's not all 8 tiles around the target either. It's only the 4 like cardinal directions, and so that's worth noting. This effect is considered as triggering Blood Plume Blade. Oh wow. Okay, so that's kind of a big deal. So using this starting skill that has 4 range on it and does nice piercing damage in a pseudo AoE radius will also give her deflection and considered triggering it, which means she's also going to get energy back from it too. And it doesn't say what the cost of this is, unfortunately. Probably because she's not in the game yet, but yeah, that's quite an interesting starting skill. It seems like as of right now, moving forward, because we looked at Parsival's kit yesterday too, and his starting skill was really good. And I think we also looked at Marcille, who is one of the collab characters that's coming in the next few weeks. Her starting skill was also really good, and so like maybe that's the direction they're heading in now, right? Because like Lutfi and Nana were kind of a change here, right? In terms of like power creep, like we're just getting like really strong characters moving forward, and it also seems like we're just getting really strong starting skills on characters moving forward, which is pretty interesting and fun, I guess. Okay, let's go down to the bottom here and we'll see. So her Ascension skill, which makes perfect sense, right? This is the same one that I have on both Pamina and Magnus, where you get physical defense, and they both, and just like Yserinde here, they all convert physical defense into attack. I think physical attack, it's safe to say she probably will be doing that too, since we already saw she's doing physical attack stuff. Okay, so the left one here at rank 1 is a passive. After any ally triggers Blood Plume Blade, Yserinde grants them Armor of Ice extra for 2 turns. Physical shield equal to 30% of the character's HP. Immune to Frosty, here it is, right? Here's the Frosty stuff. Immune to Frosty tile effects. After being hit by melee attack, inflicts move 1 debuff on the opponent for 2 turns. And this state is considered as Armor of Ice. Okay. And she grants that to them for 2 turns. And grants them deflection and move again. That's really, okay, that's a lot of utility right there alone. When casting Plume Array, where's Plume Array? We need to find that. Okay, so that's way up there at rank 11. Either, oh my gosh, look at the radius on the right here, 6 tiles. I think it's probably safe to say that Blackwing Domain is probably her ult, but it also sounds like this is really good too, Plume Array. So she grants all allies in battle damage reduction 2 for 2 turns. Okay, that sounds really strong. Like the entire battlefield, huh? If Blood Plume Blade exists within 2 tiles of the target, so any target, any of her allies, or there are enemies with Black Feather, additionally grants them deflection. And it's a 1 energy 2 turn cooldown instant only. That seems like an incredibly strong skill too. I'm willing to bet that we're probably gonna have to Castalia her at rank 11 because you probably want both of those. Okay, so back to here. When casting that skill, or triggering Plume Rend, oh no, where's Plume Rend? She's got a lot of, here's Plumerend. It is a passive. After placing or triggering 4 black plume blades, dealing piercing damage to all enemies within 2 tiles, or having after placing or triggering 4 of them, deals piercing damage equal to 50% physical attack to all enemies within 2 tiles of the plumes, or having black feather. And the black feather, that means that a lot of, it seems like with how much interaction she has with black feathers in her kit, it seems like if you have Nidia too, she's gonna get a lot of flexibility with how you can play her, because a lot of these effects have the option of being triggered by Ysyrinde's blood plumes or Nidia's black feather stuff. And so that's really interesting in and of itself. I don't know whether it means if you have Nidia you have to pull Yserinde, but it definitely incentivizes you to, right? And this effect is considered as triggering Blood Plume Blade, even if you use Black Feather to trigger it instead of the Blood Plumes, but does not count towards the skill's trigger count. Interesting, very, very interesting. Okay. And so in casting Plumeray, which was the left rank 11, or triggering Plumerend, which I think was a rank 7 passive. The right rank 7 a passive. Allies with deflection are considered as having Blood Plume Blade. Okay, so it's a way, this passive is a way of spreading, it sounds like of spreading Blood Plume Blade buff to every ally if one of her allies gets it. Right? I think that's kind of what it means. But Plumeray also has a way of granting people deflection too, so it's like, it kind of feels like there's multiple layers of that she's capable of applying these 2 buffs to her allies, deflection and Blood Plume Blade. And so it should, I think it should in theory be possible for her to keep both of these buffs up on her allies with a pretty high uptime, right? I think that's probably the goal they were looking for there in making their multiple levels of ways to apply those to them. Okay, and then over here on the right at rank 1, Phantom Shift selects to use Phantom Falling Feather. Is an instant, selects 1 Blood Plume Blade and teleports to that position. Interesting. So all of a sudden now she's got huge mobility. Or Phantom Swift Feather. Selects a target to swap positions with and grants deflection to them. If the target is an ally, but it doesn't have to be, she could swap positions with an enemy too. Interesting. After using this skill, make the next use of Plume's stratagem become instant and cost no energy. And didn't we already see there was another way to do that too? Yeah, and so every 3 turns her 5-star trait is going to be doing that too here. It just has a cooldown. I wonder if that means outside of the 3 turns. I wonder if that means you can still use it, but you have to pay the cost. Or if it just means you can only use it every 3 turns. That'll be interesting to learn. Okay. either way, this one seems good but more niche. I think there's probably a good chance that you have to take Royal Guard Escort here at rank 1. I think we might see a situation. Now there was this one too. This is probably, you probably use Plume Rend if you're going a more DPS build with her. Like, I could see you take maybe like Phantom Shift and Plume Rend, and then Blackwing Domain for one way to play her, and then for the other you go Plume Array and Plume Rend and maybe Royal Guard Escort, or maybe instead of Plume Rend you still go Blackwing Domain. Maybe it definitely looks like there's going to be different ways to build her though, depending on whether you're using her for like support buffing, or if you're using her for like as like a damage over time damage dealer, which is cool, right? I think it's better game design when the characters have multiple different ways you can play them, and it's not just like one way to play them is just significantly better than everything else. And so there's no like flexibility that characters have, right? Okay, at rank 3, all allies within 3 tiles of the character take 15% reduced damage and piercing damage when having deflection. I mean, that's also not bad for supporting your allies either, right? But I think the fact that she wants to be placing these feathers all over the battlefield, it seems like might make it a little bit hard for her to be within her allies to do this. And so that might actually sound really good in theory, but not actually work that great in practice. And then on the right, perfect shield when unharmed, increase attack and defense. Yeah, I doubt that. I doubt that makes the cut. That's just too, I don't know, too meh. All right, for reactions, we've got Silent Wing. After the character's deflection triggers, dispels 1 debuff from the character and gains Armor Vice extra for 2 turns. Now that's pretty good, because if deflection's triggering, that might mean that she's not in the greatest like situation positionally. And so the fact that after one form of survivability, deflection triggers, then she gets more survivability here. That seems good. And then obviously we know counterattack. I think you have to take the unique one on the left there. That just seems better. Okay, and we already looked at Plume Rend. On the left we have Invulnerable, which we also saw yesterday. Parsifal also has this skill. I don't think we saw Mind's Eye though, but it does damage reduction 40% less damage taken. Mind's Eye, which activates block once after taking a back attack. Didn't it be once before? Doesn't that mean that this is gonna trigger after you get attacked? And after you take damage? I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe it's before, I'm not sure. And then immunity disrupt, okay, whatever. And then we looked at Plume Rend already too. So then we got her basics. We've got hypnotic attack on the left, chance to sleep enemies, which is already in the game. I don't think it's in the game in this capacity though, in 2 to 3 ranged attack. It's not bad. I know in this game's like community PvP scene, sleep is incredibly strong to the point where some skills like Kiya's sleep skill are just outright banned. They're so good in PvP. But when it comes to PvE, I don't know. I mean, 30% seems not very reliable. So, and then the one on the right is inflicts dodge block on the target for 1 turn. I mean, that's not that great either, honestly. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what content creators recommend here. because it seems like the best thing about both of these is just their range, and they've both got the same range and height range, and what they actually do besides damage is neither of them is that impressive. I wonder if we just take the right one because it's like it's not a percentage chance, it's just like a guaranteed thing. But yeah, neither seems great. Okay. And finally at rank 11, we already looked at Plumeray on the left. I mean that's any skill that affects every ally on the battlefield, I think. Sorry about the sorry about the jerking. One of these days I'm gonna have to get a new mouse too, I think. But yeah, I mean this just seems really good. I mean it works with just her, it works with Nidia if you've got her. Where it works when your allies are near the blood plumes, or if you're using Nidia and they're near enemies, she's marked with black feather. And it gives deflection, which is just survivability potentially for your whole team on top of damage reduction too. Like that's this is like maybe the best team survivability skill that I think we'll have in the game once she gets added. It just seems like it's really good. I don't know whether like all of her builds will use it, but it wouldn't surprise me if that were the case either. I mean, it's cheap, it's got a low cooldown, it hits everybody, and it's even an instant. And it gets modified by this passive down here too. Which is even better. Okay, let's take a look at her ult, because this skill should go crazy, right? It's got 6 range, which is absolutely massive, right? Like I think this is the same range as Kavari's ult, right? Which is just, I don't know. When I pulled him and started using him, like I am not familiar with using characters that have this much range on skills, and it's just kind of crazy what he can do with his ult, and it looks like what she can do with her ult. And so she locks onto the 3 closest enemies within 6 tiles of the character, places 1 blood plume blade on adjacent empty tiles. Oh wow. And so this is going to be really good for making the rest of her kit run, right? Like with making the 2 passives we saw at rank 1 and 7 run, but like work better with her trait and with Plumeray over here too. And so like her ult here, this is probably going to be mandatory in both support and DPS builds for her, just because it puts blood plumes out onto the battlefield for you, and it puts them exactly where you want them to be too. It is 4 energy, and so like Tair would be a really good character to run with her. Anybody who can give her energy. I can't remember for sure. I think Coco can do it too. Akambe can do it. Yeah, I think Tair is technically the best one to do it, because I think he actually gives a buff that lasts for multiple turns that increases your energy gen at the start of the turn from 1 to 2. But yeah, any way we can give her energy is going to be really good. And anyway, like if her unique ascension skill like lowers the cost of this, or makes it so her trait gives her back more energy per turn or something, like anything like that would be incredibly strong, I think, too, for this. Okay, and then after that, after casting the skill, the character gains Endless Web aura until the start of the next 3 turns. Skill cannot be cast again when having the... Oh! Okay, so you can technically only cast this every 3 turns. Now, the problem here is we don't know what Endless Web is, right? it's got no tooltip here, and it's got no tooltip here. And so that's definitely something we need to learn about. But I'm not gonna lie. Let me look at the tier list again here. So she's right here next to Parzival. Yeah, they're like right here together. After looking at both of their kits, I like her kit like a lot more. Not only does it sound like it will be more effective, both individually for her, but also for her team. But her kit also just sounds like funner to play, right? Because Parzival almost sounded like a lot of his stuff was just going to be automated, right? With his trait with getting stacks. And I think possibly, if I remember right, it felt like he was going to want 2 out of his 3 skill slots to go to passives, and so like there just wasn't going to be that much to do with him. And like, yeah, his kit did look like it was going to be effective and stuff, but it also looked like it was going to be kind of boring to play. And so like, and then there's also the design of the characters. I just like how she looks better than him too. So honestly, I think I just like Yserinde more than Parzival here. I probably still like Nidia more than both of them, but maybe not. I don't know. I mean, Yserinde looks pretty interesting too. Okay, so that took a little while going through, right? Like we're taking a little while here. And we also wanted to look at Senshi, because we looked at Marcel yesterday, right? And Senshi also is probably somewhat important to look at, because he's the free character we're going to be getting from the collab probably in like 2 weeks time. I would assume we're going to be getting him, you know, because this week we're getting Rico, and then after that we know the collab is coming. You know. Now it's really funny, right? Because in the trailer we learned that he cooks monsters, right? Like he's a monster chef. And it's funny because I think earlier this year we got a monster chef added to COTC as well, and I had completely forgot about her. Her name's Jane, but I ended up pulling her, I think, last week while I was I think pulling for one of the characters we're gonna be seeing in Zero. And so it's kind of funny, we have in both of the gacha games I'm doing, we have someone who catches monsters and then cooks them. It's interesting. Now he does cuisine too. I think this is like, is this similar or the same as Coco's buff? Right, because Coco's whole design revolves around cooking too, which is why in the trailer we saw Coco like introducing us to Senshi here. I think, right? Now in terms of like how good he actually is, I don't actually remember. Let's see, where is this guy? Did I miss him? Oh no, I don't think I missed him. Is he like all the way down here? Where is this guy? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so I guess he's okay in like boss fighting support role, like capacity. But yeah, I mean, this is, all things considered, this is not that surprising, right? Like typically free characters we get from collabs and gacha games are just not that good, right? Like Serenoa was actually the first character in COTC that kind of broke that trend a little bit, because prior to that we got Elvis from Bravely Default. He was terrible. We got 9S from Nier, and he was very niche. He was very niche at what he was niche for. He was actually pretty decent at, but for the most part 9S was really bad too. And then came Serenoa from Triangle Strategy, and he was pretty good. He was solid. He was for a little while he was like the best tank in COTC. and he was solid. And then we got the Celestia story earlier this year, and a new character who I don't think there's any reason to think we'll see in Zero, but I'm not 100% sure, so I don't think I'll go into him just in case we get like DLC or something. And you know, he's okay. He's gonna become better because we're basically building him by playing through the Celestia story, and we're not done with the story, so he's not fully built yet, so he's not that great. But then in the last month, we got the Final Fantasy IV collab, and we got Cecil. Cecil is a really good character. Cecil is actually just really good. Like, he's, even in Japan at this point, he's like by far the best tank in COTC. And so like at the very least, that means something, right? Like if we go back up here and we're looking at like the defenders, right? Defenders are good in SOC. They're not great, but they're good. We come down and Isa is the best defender. Like she's still really far up here. Yeah, exactly. Like, but the other thing on top of Cecil being like an amazing tank is, I think his damage actually looks like it's probably okay-ish, right? Like he's got some good attack skills too. Or not even necessarily attack skills, but he's got like, I think he's got like 4-hit skills, which is better at breaking than anything Serenoa has or any other tank has, I think. I mean, maybe not. You know, I know Kilns is a really good tank too, and for a while Fior X was a really good tank, but yeah, I mean, I think he's still considered to be the best tank in there. And so like the fact that Isa's up pretty high here too. Tanks definitely have a spot, but they're typically, I mean, even in this game, we typically care more about getting damage dealers, right? Like the faster you can kill stuff. It's kind of like how I'm always saying that the best defense is a good offense kind of deal. And it's kind of true in both of these games where you typically just want to kill stuff before it kills you, more so than you want to like tank stuff. And so there's also that, and the fact is oh, what the hell, wait, he's not a defender? Why did I think he was a defender? He's a breaker. Okay, let's try to get through his kit real quick. So he's got Cuisine here. At the start of the battle, he summons 1 pot of Cuisine, so allies within 2 tiles of Cuisine, I'm assuming that means of him, recover HP at the end of their turn with a chance to gain both happiness and fullness for 2 turns. Do we have tooltips for those? Not here. Down here we do. Fullness is, for all skills, reduces energy consumption by 1. After use, cooldown is reduced by 1. That's really good. And so it looks like, oh, chance to gain both. Now I don't like that it doesn't say the chance. Maybe it'll say down here. Let's see. And fullness is cannot trigger Cuisine effects. Oh, that seems bad, right? That seems bad. You don't want that one. That's a debuff. Okay. And increases attack and defense by 15%. Gains 3 stacks of Senshi's Satisfaction to start. Okay, when actively attacking enemies, each stack increases damage by 30% up to 6 stacks. All stacks are removed after attacking. That is a huge, if you can get fully, if there's any way to get him fully stacked before he attacks, he could actually do some really interesting burst. Right? 180% more damage. That's at least mildly intriguing, right? Okay, the Cuisine effect here. When an ally within 2 tiles of Cuisine ends their turn, recover 25% HP and have a 100% chance to gain happiness and fullness for 2 turns. Oh. Okay, so they just gain it. I guess there wasn't a chance. I thought it said with a chance to gain both of them. But it looks like it's 100% chance. Now it probably says chance because at earlier stars, I bet. 30% chance, yeah, okay. And so like at 5 stars, it's 100% chance, so you don't even have to worry about it not happening. And so basically, it looks like what it is it looks like you can get happiness every other turn, yeah, because fullness lasts for 2 turns and happiness only lasts for 1 turn, and so like every other turn it will be going out. It looks like it doesn't have that great of a range though, but it looks really interesting. Okay, let's see. Pot Slam is his basic to start. He does 75% damage, knocks his target back 2 tiles. If he attacks an item, he can gain act again. Now, I guess the only reason there is what we saw me doing a couple of weeks ago in Night Crimson, right? Where I had a character who had a skill where they got a damage bonus when they hit an item into an enemy. And so I'm assuming that's the situation for here. He wants to use the knockback on the basic to hit the item into an enemy, and then he wants to get act again so he can do something else to him. Okay, and his default skill is 140% damage, knocks the target back by 2, and it's 3. It's kind of expensive at 3, probably not great. Okay. I'm gonna try to get through him really quick because I did want to look at Maitha. Maybe that'll give me some insight into whether, like, what I want to do with future polling too. Okay, co-attack extra. For each ally within 2 tiles of the character, attack is increased by 5% up to 15. When an item is present within range, attack is additionally increased by 15. Okay, so he's just like Edda, where he wants to hang out next to a box. him and Edda could be box buddies. Edda summons a box and then both of them just hang out near the box. I don't know why, but that seems really funny to me. They're just box buddies. Alright, Sweeping Bash. Physical damage, deals 80% damage to all enemies within a 3x2 area in the target direction and inflicts... Oh wow, what a great debuff to do. Physical defense break 1. I don't even remember the last time we saw that on a skill. Probably one of the launch characters. Yeah, I think it was like, is it like Xavier or something the last time we saw 1? 1 is so bad. I mean, like, I think Maitha has 1 for both defenses for the debuffs on her, one of her basic upgrades. She's got physical defense break 1 and magic defense break 1. And it's like, no, we're a year into the game. You have to have, honestly, to really be valued because of doing attribute defense breaking, you have to have 3, right? Because even at this point, a lot of people have 2. To really have it be noteworthy, you have to have 3. And honestly, where we're going with power creep, we might even be nearing the point where we're going to start seeing defense break 5s. Or 4s, I mean, sorry. Not 5, I mean, very, very niche situations 5, but probably more likely 4s. We're probably not long away from that if we aren't already there with, like, the new Elemanian characters we're getting in the other regions. And so 1 is just nope. That's a good example of why he's considered so meh on that tier list. But okay, it's mealtime. Prepares for 1 to, oh gosh, here we go again with the prep skills. I don't know, honestly. I could be like on my own in this, but honestly, going all the way back to Final Fantasy Tactics on PS1, I have never liked skills where you have to charge them up. Like, I hated playing archers when I had to level that job to unlock other jobs. Like, I just couldn't do it. All I did was basic attacks with archers and stuff. Like, the charging skills just don't do anything for me. I don't know why. Apparently it's like I need like an instant gratification thing with me or something, where I need my skills to like process right away or something. I don't know. But okay, so he preps for 1 turn, summons 1 pot of cuisine at the target empty tile and grants attack 2 to all enemies all allies within 2 tiles of the target, and move 2 to allies within 3 to 4 tiles for 2 turns. So that means they have to be to get the move 2 portion of the buff of the skill as far as buffs go. They have to be really far away from the tile. They can't be 1 to 4 tiles away from where you put the pot of cuisine. They have to be 3 to 4. That just feels so unnecessarily clunky. It's gonna make getting the most out of this skill. It's gonna be, I did Solstice. It does look interesting, but I think it's only on PC, which is kind of unfortunately at this point for me, kind of like an auto skip, unfortunately. I will definitely, now what I typically do with games that at least start out being like Steam only or something, I favorite them on Steam, and then I kind of just keep an eye on them for a few years, because what sometimes ends up happening is they eventually get like console ports. And so like if it succeeds really well on Steam, maybe someday we'll see it on like Switch or something. And then I could actually pick it up or something like that. But yeah, no, it totally looks like something I would be interested in. I don't know, for whatever reason, I just prefer to do console or mobile gaming at this point. So the computer the computer gameplay, I mean, and it's mostly a mouse and keyboard thing. I just don't like playing that much that way anymore. So I mean, maybe if it has controller support, maybe there's a little consideration there too. But yeah, for the most part, I don't really do PC stuff anymore. Oh, dude, and after casting, the character skips the turn. Dude, I don't know. I don't think he's gonna get much play here for me. Okay, and then responsibility. The skill, it's mealtime. We haven't seen that yet, I don't think, have we? Oh, no, it's granting it's mealtime, I guess, yeah. Theseus Terry definitely kind of gives the wizardry vibes though, right? Like I think when you first brought that game up, it was when we were talking about the wizardry gotcha game, right? And I definitely see the resemblance there, kind of with the art style and the vibes it gives. Okay, so the skill, it's mealtime, no longer... Oh, that's this one. Okay, no longer requires prep and no longer causes the character to skip the turn. Dude, so that's really scummy, I'm not gonna lie. So basically, for the skill on the left to be good, you have to take the passive too. And so that means you have to use a Castalia. And you have to use 2 skill slots for its mealtime. Okay, whatever. At the end of the turn, if no damage was dealt during this turn, gains 2 stacks of Senshi satisfaction. Okay. Right, and so like he basically wants to like do buffing and stuff, and just chill, and just like build up satisfaction, and then finally attack at some point. And it looks like, unless there's other ways up above to get more stacks of Senshi satisfaction, I don't remember. Does his trait do that at all? It just says at the start of battle he gains 3 stacks of it. So his trait isn't recovering or granting him any stacks of that every turn or anything. So that's not great. Hopefully we see other ways of getting it, because otherwise, I don't know. I will also have to see if the second part of this passive, if this is just always in play, or if it's only in play when you're using its mealtime. Because if it's the former, I mean, that's still, like, at the start of every fight, if he's 5 stars, you still have to wait. You still have to wait until turn 3 before he can attack, basically. The problem with that is he's getting crit 2 and damage 2 buffs for only 2 turns. Right? But I guess that works out too, because if he's also not attacking on turn 2, he's gonna get this on turn 1, and then it'll go down to 1 turn, and then he'll get it on turn 2 as well, and it'll go up to 3, and then on turn 3 when he can actually oh wait, but he has to do no, so he's turn 4. Yeah, I don't know, that just sounds yucky. All right, rank 5 reaction skills. Eat well, gains block. This is the unique one. When the character is within 2 tiles of a cuisine, block chance increases to 100%, damage taken 1, blocking is reduced by an additional 20%, and performs assisting cover for all allies within 2 tiles of the character. And it sounds like he can probably do that indefinitely, so he can do his best suppression impersonation or Isa. I think Isa has indefinite cover too within range, if I remember right. Dwarf blood, immune to scorch and burning tiles. Okay, well, so apparently he just actually hates Luvada. When taking fire damage or magical damage, damage is reduced by okay, whatever. Alright, the smell of cooking. Cuisine gains an aura effect. Increases attack and defense by 10% for all allies within 2 tiles of cuisine, and decreases attack and defense by 10% for enemies. When the character triggers cuisine effect, gain 1 stack of satisfaction and recovers an additional energy. And so it is a heal and a chant, like, and getting happiness buff and fullness debuff for 2 turns. And it reduces the cuisine HP by a certain amount too. I have no idea like how much it's gonna reduce the HP, and so I don't know how long cuisine is actually gonna stay on the battlefield for. But this passive kind of turns it into sort of a flag or something, right? That we're familiar with from like Glorion and Anna and the TP skill. And so that's okay. That's not bad, but honestly, it looks like you'd have to take that passive and both of these two, which means we maybe don't even need to look at the other skills, right? We will, but we might not need to. Okay, he's got Burning Grenade, which, you know, we're familiar with this. This is probably like the same thing that Nightingale has, maybe. I don't know. I think so. It's one of the grenades. Okay, basics. This is a melee. Both are melee. This is 11. One 10%. This one is inflict scorch on the target. I guess because he's cooking, so he's bringing cooking fire onto his sword. I don't know what the thinking there is. Okay, Iron Pot here on the left gains 3 stacks of Senshi satisfaction and holds up a large pot in front, reducing damage taken from the front by 40% and from the side by 20 until the start of next turn. And that has a 1-turn cooldown, so you can technically do this every turn. And then Crushing Strike on the right, 2 energy, no cooldown. Single target attack, 130% damage. Before attacking, the character gains defense 2 buffs for 2 turns, but okay, I guess. So with Senshi's satisfaction, 180% damage, 180% of 130 is going to be, let's see, 104. Now it's 180% more damage, right? It increases, so you actually will attack that on top of whatever this is. So it's 104. So unless I'm missing something, that would be the 130 on here plus 235, so it would be 365%. I think on this, if you do it when he's got full satisfaction buff. I could be wrong. It could just be 235. But the way it sounds, it seems like that would be tacked onto this on top of it. And so 180% of 130, you know, is 235. And so it feels like that would be added on to this. I mean, it's a lot of build up. It's single target. I mean, maybe that's why he was actually on that tier list. He was actually in the, like, okay in the boss fighting category. But honestly, yeah, his kit looks very clunky. And honestly, it just looks like it's more work than it's worth. Okay, and we're gonna switch gears here, like, about as much as you can. Because the next character we're gonna look at is gonna be SP Maitha, who is one of the best characters in the game. And somehow we have her kit in here too. And so this should be quite different. We're gonna go from being like incredibly bummed out about a kit to being like, holy crap, really? Because remember, like what I said, she has a passive which can get her up to having 443 speed, which is like by far the fastest character in the game. And then add on top of that, if we go back to the tier list, she's a top 5 character. She's like the best AoE character in the game. And she's like, I don't know how many characters this person's tier list has over 9 out of 10 for bossing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So she's a top 7 boss character, and she's a top. I mean, Camelot and her both have 10 out of 10 for that. So I guess she's technically a top 2 AoE character, top 2 AoE, and top 7 single target. So basically, she's a really strong character. Yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna be hard to. It's gonna be a little hard to pick between her and Samantha, honestly. Like my heart, I guess, wants Sam, and my head wants Maitha, I think, is kind of where I'm at with it. But okay, let's get through her here too, because it would be nice to play the game a little bit at least. She gains damage buffer module. Okay, now if anybody hasn't seen this character, I think we've gotta come out of full screen, and we've gotta Google SP Maitha, because you have to see this character too to get the full effect. She is literally, yes, she's literally in a mech suit. It's quite the change of pace for like the game thematically to have a character in a big mech suit. But that's not really great. Maybe is this one? Yeah, look at the quality on this picture. Uh-oh. No, I guess we just look at this. I don't know. That was what I did, wasn't it? Yeah, I don't know. Whoops. No, I didn't want to pull the video up, actually. Maybe we should watch it. Let's see, how long is the video, actually? Because if it's just like her trial. Now it looks like it's a 6-minute video. But maybe it still is her trial. Let's take a look. Okay, so yeah, like look at her art here. She's literally in a mech suit. It's really interesting, like design wise. Like she looks great. I'm wondering how she got. You know what? I don't know why didn't I think of this before? Remember in the Union playthrough of Spiral, Lutfi is like messing around with experimenting with Luxite. I bet Lutfi actually made this suit for her. Or maybe just made it in general and she ended up being the one to pilot it. I bet this has to do with Lutfi though. Okay, and so she's got 243 base speed. She is a watcher. And she does get a passive that gives her 200 more speed. So she becomes 443 speed, which is nuts. Okay, so like this person is actually translating and breaking down her kit. That is not what we're looking for. We're here for the combat, right? We want to see her in combat. And that's her sprite in her mech suit. And so it looks like she's gonna be soloing here. Yeah, I mean, kinda, sorta, honestly. But honestly, I think with how insane this character is, like, I think she's just like maybe even better than D.Va. I mean, D.Va's design is pretty cool, right? Like, don't get me wrong, D.Va's a cool character. Okay, so she charges. Oh my god, what the hell? so she's got a line charge, and then she just detonates all the enemies around her. Okay, so we're gonna see. She didn't even take that much damage. Look at that. She tanked that thing like it was nothing. She sort of almost also looks like she's in like a Hulkbuster suit or something, right? From like Marvel. And okay, so she's gonna do more. Let's see. She's moving into range. Yeah, she's gonna do a single target attack, ranged attack here. Oh, she threw a rock. What just, dude? What just happened? She just does stuff. And Rawi and Nono are like, what are you? And Barrel's like, what are you doing, Maitha? Momo's like, what is going on here? And she's just, okay, so what is Rawi doing here? Rawi's like cheering her on, like, go, Maitha. They're just talking to Maitha, and Maitha's killing everything around her. I don't know what's going on. Oh, wait. You know what this is? You know what this is, guys. It took me a second to figure it out. I bet what they're doing is, where is it? It's in the special stuff. It was like a Nana, right? I bet that's coordinated response. That's that coordinated response thing that we're gonna be getting with SP Maitha, SP Fako, and SP Nungal. I bet that's what that is, coordinated response. It's like a team up thing or something. Yeah, that's also a great catch there, Solstice. She's ignoring the enemy shields too. But yeah, I bet that's what's going on here. It's like a team up attack. And I think out of SP Maitha, SP Fako, and SP Nungal, I think she was okay. Here's her ult. Here's her ult. We're gonna see the ult animation here. I think that one with all the guns there and the huge AoE around her. Here we go. All the guns. All the rockets. Tony Stark, eat your heart out. SP Maitha's here. What the hell just happened? Wait a second. How many enemies is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 enemies. No, wait. There's more up here too. There's more up here. The team ups is real. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 enemies. The teaming up is real. So I think maybe what that could potentially mean with if this is coordinated response type stuff, this could mean that we might actually have to, if none of us are pulling SP Fako or SP Nungal, we might need to still get coordinated response into our team, so we might actually have to use OG Anana for it right here. So it's when she heals a non a non-minion ally, it triggers the ally's coordinated response. And what SP Maitha's coordinated response we just saw here was just blowing up literally everything around her. Now, granted, this one attack here that we saw, that was not coordinated response. I don't think. I think what this, well, it wasn't her coordinated response. I think this was actually Raleigh's coordinated response. Because look at her attacking here. I inadvertently paused this on a really good frame. Because I think what happened was Maitha ulted just these 2, 4, 6, 7 enemies around her. And then it triggered Raleigh's coordinated, what was it? Coordinated assault, coordinated command, coordinated response. So it triggered Raleigh's coordinated response, and then she ended up killing all these enemies further around. And so I wonder if this is going to be a way where the base of these, and I think it's all of the sort of Convallaria characters, right? Like we've got Nono, Beryl, and Momo here in the trial thing for her. So I'm guessing they'll all have ways. Now, I think for me, the one that's really curious about is gonna be, where is she further down? Is gonna be No. Oh my gosh, right here. Oh, so this is Nono's coordinated response. But it's not an automatic trigger. It just gives something else you can do, right? But it's really interesting. like Nono's coordinated response in her unique ascension skill makes it so that she gets a skill as long as her trait is active, Veil, where she can hit 3 enemies within 5 tiles with infected dagger, which is going to put 4 stacks of infection on them. And the crazy thing is, at 5 stars, Veil, it has a 1-turn cooldown, so it's active every turn. And so she'll, depending on whether this is free or not, she'll be able to spit out 3 infected daggers to enemies within 5 range of her. Potentially every turn. Now, so her song, I think, has an uptime of 2 out of every 3 turns. So 2 out of every 3 turns, she'll be able to hit 3 enemies within 5 tiles of her with 4 stacks of infection. And then in the 3rd turn, when she's recasting it for free, and she's hitting all enemies within 5 tiles with 4 stacks of infection. She's gonna be doing so much dot damage. It's gonna be really fun too. Okay, but this is Maitha's time to shine. So let's go back here. That's nuts though. That was definitely Raleigh's coordinated attack though. But yeah, it's really cool. We're gonna be having the sort of Convallaria characters. Okay, we don't want story stuff here. But we're gonna be getting sort of Convallaria characters having team up attacks too in the game eventually. Just the characters that have the sort of Convallaria tag, I think, probably. But some of these characters are some of the best characters in the game. Right? If we go back to the tier list, and we'll have to see, but SP Inanna, I think, has the sort of Convallaria tag. SP Samantha could definitely have it. SP Maitha will have it. I'm not sure if Lutfi has it. I don't think he does. SP Nungul could have it and should have it. Inanna has it. SP Raleigh, I think, has it. Safi, I don't think Safi has it. But yeah, there's plenty of characters that I think will be able to team ups, these team up attacks with each other too, which is really interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, looking at the tier list, I definitely feel I would rather get Maitha here over Samantha. And maybe I just will. Maybe I'll just stop, because I think the way that I've been thinking about this yesterday and today mostly, like with talking about Samantha or Maitha and Tristan or Agatha, has been from a purely like well, not a purely, but mostly like a meta standpoint. In terms of like, what does my roster need? Which characters are the strongest? And honestly, I sometimes pull like that, but sometimes I also just pull characters that I like. Like, I really wanted Pam, and she's like, maybe right now she's kind of meta, but I don't really care. Like, I just like her, and I do just like Maitha. Like, her design is so out there in terms of this game's theme and stuff. But like, she also is just a really strong character, and I think, like, I do really like Tristan's design, and her gameplay was fun. I think I just like Agatha more, like, gameplay wise and design wise, and so like, I think maybe I just will like wait. Maybe I really just will wait and skip Samantha and just do Maitha and Camelot. I know they're gonna be coming out within a very short time of each other, but honestly, I kind of feel like I just want Maitha more than Samantha. I don't know. We'll see. I think thinking about it and talking about it is I kind of have worn that out though. So I think let's just keep looking at her kit real quick here, because we're coming up on 2 hours again. And we want to play the game too. So okay, so damage buffer module is a gauge with max buffer value equal to max HP. A certain percentage of all effects that cause HP reduction taken by the character, i.e. buffer ratio base 40%, is transferred to buffer value. When buffer value reaches the maximum buffer value, excess damage will still take... if anybody understands that, give yourself a pat on the back, because I have no idea what the hell any of this means. Okay. End Sword of Convallaria Unite Aura. Okay, this is a leader aura. Increases attack by 10, defense by 20% for all Sword of Convallaria allies in battle. Increases damage dealt and piercing damage dealt by 10%. Okay. I mean, sure, fine. And she's got a leader aura. Her leader aura is in her trait. It's not a skill she has to learn. That in and of itself feels really strong, right? That's really good. At the start of the turn, gains corresponding stacks of co-op charging. Each stack adds 0.4% of the character's max HP to physical attack up to 100 stacks. Okay. Based on damage buffer oh god. Alright. Buffer ratio gains 100 stacks if full until the start of the next turn. Whatever, honestly. The character's rally command skills can trigger on the character's rally response effects. Okay, this is the team up stuff we were just looking at. It's definitely worded here differently because of probably Google Translate, but this is the same thing as the coordinated response, I believe. I think that's what this is right here. This is rally command and rally response, so coordinated response, rally response, whatever. Okay, so the character's rally command skills can trigger the character's rally response effects. Okay. When actively casting skills with rally command tag, triggers rally response effects of all allies in battle. Oh my gosh, dude, the team ups in this game are gonna go crazy when we start getting these characters. Holy cow. This is gonna be a big deal for like gameplay once we start getting these rally characters or coordinated characters, these sort of Convallaria power creep characters, right? It almost feels like some of the different combat changes we've seen over the years in COTC or something. Like it might feel when we start getting this stuff, like when we started getting the keepers or the divine beasts or something, where it's basically just it's a new combat mechanic that just adds like way more power to everything we're doing basically. I mean, in COTC at this point with keepers, we basically just have like 700 to 1,000 more HP on all of our characters, and we have like 60 to 100 more of the desired attack stat on our characters. We just have all these additional stats, and they each bring a unique skill that they can use and stuff too, and so they changed combat in that regard too. And this kind of seems like that, where it's like combat, it's kind of like combat 2.0 basically. And so this is gonna be, I mean, in that trailer there for her trial, that was ridiculous what we saw, right? Like, not even SP and Nana can hope to do what we just saw on screen, right? Like, I counted, wasn't it like 20 enemies that they took out together, and it was basically just because SP Maitha ulted. She ulted and it triggered everybody's rally response or coordinated response, and they all just deleted all of those enemies, and it was glorious to watch, honestly. Like, that was a sick trial. But yeah, this is really exciting, this stuff that's gonna be coming, and I don't know whether we'll see this stuff this year. I could see this being like maybe like a holiday content or something, like in December, maybe like for Christmas or New Year's or something potentially, or it could just be, you know, because we got the 1 year anniversary 2 weeks ago from this Friday, right? At the start of August, at the start of the 8th month. I mean, I hope it's not going to be the case, but I could also see them waiting to do this until like the half year anniversary. But that would feel like a long wait, right? Like having to wait till the start of February for like Camelot and these SP sort of Convallaria characters other than Anana. I hope it's this year, but honestly, if we have to wait longer, that means we can get more of the characters. So maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world either. But yeah, those would be my two guesses for when for these characters. But okay, so she gets 30% more HP. Damage buffer module additionally transfers 20% damage taken. Reduces the energy cost of casting or triggering any skill by 1. Okay, so you get her to 5 stars and all of her skills just cost 1 energy less. Sure, you know what, Maitha? Honestly, you do you, okay? Sword of Convallaria Unite upgrades to level 3 effect. The leader aura, okay. Yeah, I mean, and stuff like this, we don't see the other levels. But that's crazy, because this is the first leader aura that we're seeing in the game, I think, that actually has different levels of it too. And so like that probably means that all of these numbers we see here on level 1 are bigger at level 3, right? Like it probably, my guess would be they would be probably like 5% increments or something. And so probably at 2 it's probably 15, 25, and 15. And then at 3 it's probably 20, 30, and 20 would be my guess. But yeah, I mean, that's this is an absolutely ridiculous trait she's got here. which makes sense, because like top 5 character, right? Makes sense. And then increases co-op charging conversion ratio per stack to 0.4%. I still don't understand this whole damage buffer module stacking stuff, but I'm sure once we play her and like actually look at the stuff in game, it'll make sense. Okay, here's her. Am I looking at this? Oh, okay, I get it. We've got her basic attack, which is whatever. We've got her starting skill, and then we've got her SP skill. Now, I'm not gonna lie, looking at this and the fact that it's an SP and I see the word rally here, I'm pretty sure this is the first skill that they used in that trailer we just watched. Okay, but before we look at that, let's see the starting skill. Piercing damage equal to 50% of physical attack to all enemies within 3 tiles of the character, and knocks adjacent enemies back by 1 tile. So if she's surrounded, she's gonna knock enemies back. And if there's any mechanic in the game, whether it's like command, like what's the one that I use all the time? I'm just like brain farting right now. There's that TP skill where after you attack you can move again. But like some characters can just give stuff like that out too. So if she has any way of moving after she attacks, she can use this skill, push enemies back if she's surrounded, and then like reposition or run away, basically. She gains rally response. When enemies exist within 3 tiles of the character can consume 1 energy and trigger this skill. Oh, okay. Now, does that mean... I guess we'll have to look. Unless I'm misinterpreting it, it sounds like this skill, Whirling Hammer, is her rally response skill. Yeah, so like when you use Bulwark Charge and it has Rally Command on it, when one character uses the Rally Command skill, other characters will use their rally response skills if they have them available. And see, I think what we saw in the trailer, I think Ralia is the only one that actually had her rally response skill or the rally response buff active, because when Maitha did Bulwark Charge and she took out those 7 enemies around her. Or wait, you know what? No, she ulted. Never mind. She didn't use this to trigger rally response from the others. But I think she only triggered rally response from Rowley, because we saw Rowley doing that like whirlwind attack right when I paused it. But we didn't see, or at least I didn't see, Momo or Nono actually doing anything. So I think what that means is that only Rowley had the rally response status in effect for her, and the other 2 didn't have the buff going, their buff going. And it looks like you can either get the response or the command tags like on skills, or from unique like special ascension skills, right? Because we saw on Nono Will's ascension, like unique ascension skill, she has rally. I think, I don't know whether we should say coordinated or rally. I'll just say rally because it's shorter. But she gets rally response from her skill here. How's it going, Pixel? we were looking at characters, and we're up to looking at SP Maitha because her whole kit is on this website, and we just watched this trailer, and so we're talking about like the coordinated / rally response and command stuff that's coming to the game in the future. It reminds me a lot, I was just saying it a minute ago, it reminds me a lot of like when we got like keepers in COTC. It was kind of like Combat 2.0 basically, where we just got a whole new mechanic and stuff. And it definitely feels like when we start getting these other sort of Convallaria characters that are super power creep in the future, it's combat's gonna change. Oh, you're hanging up the wailing. Oh man, so that must mean you had really bad RNG, right? You lost 11 50/50s. Oh my gosh, what is the math on that? I don't, you know what? I was gonna say let's Google it, but I don't even wanna find the answer to that because that's probably too depressing for you. That's so sad. I'm sorry that happened, dude. That's awful. That I can't even imagine. I've never experienced anything like that, you know, because of not spending money on these games anymore. And so like I can't even begin to understand like what that feels like, but it's oh god. It feels rough just hearing that though. Yeah, I mean that's definitely something you could do instead for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I mean but at the very least it's nice. It's really nice with your new job that you have the disposable income where you can do different things, where you can hop around and pick what you're spending the extra money on for sure. Okay, I think we got through Whirling Hammer. I'm gonna try to get through her kit a little bit quick here, the rest of it, but it's a little bit harder to get through these kits fast when we're looking at these characters that are like really strong, because it's often like this skill is amazing. Okay, what does it do? How does it do it? Oh, okay, this skill is amazing too. Like, what does it do? How does it do it? But yeah, so these skills are related because of the rally tags. I guess we'll have to keep looking to see whether I was right about Whirling Hammer here being like her rallying, or like whether or not characters have just like one rally response they do, or whether they can do it with any skill they have the tag on, and maybe it works like whichever skill you got it from, that's what you'll do when another character commands you to use your response or something. I don't know. I feel like we've got to learn a little bit more about this, about how this system works. And maybe just looking at the rest of her kit will help us here. Next up, let's see. I think, I'm not sure we know for sure, but we definitely have like, now let's see here. One of Hockey's spreadsheets, and I don't think it's the one we currently have going, but he's got a newer, or a different one, which let me see if I have. So, I mean, Hockey's got a tier list, he's got schedule forecast there, but here's his thoughts. Okay, so I maybe end up being right. Now, this feels like this would be this would be a little bit rough if, like, I mean, we're only 3 months out from Camelot, and then Maitha's like 2 weeks later only. Oh, look who possible future units. We just saw him yesterday in the story, right? Now granted, bear with me here, folks. This is like a lot of potential like story spoilers. I don't know like any of these characters, so I'm kind of just ignoring, and like they're going in one eye and out the other right away on these bottom 2 rows. But some really cool looking designed characters though, at least. And we do know Lucamar, right? We've seen Lucamar on tier lists and stuff as the upcoming boss killing goddess, basically, who's dethroning Estra as the top there. But yeah, I think for me, because we're coming up on Rico here in a couple days, yeah. Honestly, at the very least, these next 6 characters, I think are all skips for me. And I'm kind of feeling like Sam is going to be a skip too. So I'm thinking probably the next polls I'm going to be doing are for these two here, Camelot and Maitha. And then after that, man, we're gonna need to get lucky on at least one of them, if not both of them, because I would like to at least have a shot at pulling on Lucamar too. But I think that's where I'm at right now, where I'm in skip mode now. I'm in horde mode for a while. And then down here, I mean, just these characters, knowing nothing about them from the story. I mean, I like Clara's design. It's hard to tell. It almost looks like she might, probably not, but she might be mounted on a horse here. I don't think so. I feel like she would be taller if she was, but I like her design, and I still don't have good defenders, so there's there's that. Hesha's design is cool. Shams's design is cool. Bispora's design is cool. Oh, dude, what is he doing down here? Possible future unit, that would be funny. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. These are all I think all the potential Elemanian characters from the upcoming story after we finish. Now that we've finished with the basically the Iria Union story. Yeah, I think for me this is probably where I'm at right now, is wanting to pull for for another set of back-to-back characters, just like with Lutfi and Anana, and we'll see. I mean, I feel like I lucked out. I had a lot of luck involved there in getting, you know, because I got both of them, and I got her 5-star imprint, and I still have like 12,000 Luxite now as a foundation for saving for these two. So I feel like I'm in a pretty good spot right now. But we'll see when we get to these two. I mean, I don't know. I'm a little bit worried, you know, we're looking at like a little under 3.5 months for Camelot and a little under 4 months for Maitha, and trying to pull on back-to-back characters is not easy at all. I hope they do get pushed back or something. I don't know, but I don't know how they would, because they've got a pretty set schedule with putting out characters every 2 weeks, right? And honestly, there's really no reason for them not to keep doing that. And so there's probably a good shot at this. I guess the only thing that maybe could change, which would probably really help me out, to be honest, is if they changed up the order for Maitha, Fakel, and Ungol. If they, like, for instance, there's probably no reason to, though, right? It's gotta be Maitha and Fakel first because of the story, like, and Ungol last of those three, I'm assuming. But like, if for some reason they like swapped Maitha and Ungol, like, and it pushed Maitha back like a month. I know, which is really sad, because I really like the how his entire kit plays. Like, it's really outside the box and it looks really cool and stuff. And I feel like with how much I use Pam and everything, like, I feel like I would get good value out of him and everything, but I just think I can't. I wish I could pull for Nungul too, because of how much I like her mom and how she's like picking up the spear, so to speak, from her mom, like picking up her mom's spear after the fact. But I don't think I can pull on either of them. And yeah, I think I have to hope that like she and Nungul get swapped here or something. because that would push her back almost a whole month, which would be really good. It would be really good. But then if that happened, then she's getting pushed into Lucamar. So I don't know. I think, like I said, I think I just have to hope that I have really good RNG on Camelot and Maitha. And maybe I also have to hope that one of their imprints is like just really not good or something, which doesn't seem like it'll probably be the case. But maybe, just maybe, one of them isn't good, and so like even if I pull one of them really early, I can just not even worry about trying for a 5-star imprint or something like that. It'll also depend on where the imprint seasons are. I'm trying to think here. We've got Anana and Lutfi, right? Whose imprints should be in the same season. Let's see. So we got one season here. We got one season there. So that means one season here. So who does that mean? Rico is going to be a part of Lutfi and Anana season as far as imprints? Because that doesn't feel like that would be that great. I wonder. It does. That's yuck. Okay, but maybe we can use that as a way of figuring out the rest of this stuff, right? Like, I don't know. We'll have to see what they do here. I wouldn't be surprised, since he's free and clearly by far the worst of the collab characters. I wonder whether they'll make a way for us to get, if they do an imprint for him, if there'll be a way for us to just get his imprint to like 5 stars or something and not have to worry about exchanging for it. Because that wouldn't work, right? Because then I'm thinking about it, like it would make sense for Camelot to round out a season, so like maybe these 3 to be a season, but over here there's 4, and they're not going to put 4 in a season, right? And maybe it would make sense that they just don't put these in a season. But that would also mean that one of the seasons would be Parzival, Credenza, and Sam, and that the next season would be Yserinde, Camelot, and then one of the SP SOC characters. In which case, holy cow, would it be amazing? How amazing would it be if Yserinde and Sam got like flip-flopped, and you have an imprint season of Sam, Camelot, and Maitha? Like that would be an incredible season to get to have to, and the have to there was in total air quotes, to have to pull on. But yeah, it looks like there's a good chance that Camelot and Maitha could potentially be in the same imprint season, and so like maybe that's another reason why, like, to try to justify skipping pulling on their imprints. When they first debut, and just to get them. I know it's like a long-term investment and stuff and everything, but at least that would help save some Luxite and maybe potentially make it so Lucamar is possible too. And so we might have to do something like that. We'll have to see, but okay, let's finish our kit. Now we're over 2 hours of not playing. Okay, so Bulwark Charge, we saw this in the trailer. Rally Command selects target to perform charge. If the target is an enemy, charges to their side. Oh, now that's interesting. If the target is an enemy, charges their side. I think that means you probably can't charge against an ally, yeah. But it's interesting wording. And she's dealing piercing damage too. She's more piercing. Now remember, keep in mind, piercing, we've got so many characters that are doing piercing damage at this point. And this goes back to like looking at the tier list, and for me and like my poll planning, why I can't remember why I got off the screen. I think it was for like a trailer. I probably don't need to be off the screen, yeah. But this goes back to like my looking at the tier list and poll planning, trying to decide between Agatha and Tristan. The other thing that Agatha really has going for her in terms of picking her over Tristan is that she has ways of doing a debuff to enemies that increases the piercing damage that they take, which synergizes with Kavari, with Maitha here, with I mean, I can't remember for sure whether ignition and infection are considered piercing damage or not. But if they are, then those as well. But then we've also got Lutfi, who's doing piercing damage too. And so like Agatha really makes a lot of sense, and especially if I'm pulling for Maitha too, now that I know that she's doing piercing damage as well. Even I guess maybe it could just be this skill. I don't know. We'll have to see. But yet another reason why Agatha seems very, very interesting and appealing for using the selector on. I feel like I'm like 95% sure at this point Agatha is who I'm using the selector on when it finally gets filled up. Okay, her auxiliary passive. What the hell is that? Belongs to active skills, auxiliary passive effects, not true passive. Also takes effect when gaining active skill block. Okay. Effect. Increases movement tile by 1. After an active attack, the character can move again for a distance equal to the remaining movement. So basically she has, yeah, God, she's already cracked, and we've only looked at her trait, her starting skill and her SP skill. Okay. Oh man, wait. That's Bulwark Charge. It says that's her SP skill, but it also has it down here as her rank 1 skill. Not quite sure what that means, but okay. And then we'll have to see, because her role ascension skill is the same defense, physical defense, and physical damage reduction one that Pam and another like tanky or bruiser type characters are running. Like I think I have that. I think I have Will of Unbreakable Steel on Pam and Magnus right now, maybe. Okay, so we've got Crystal Burst Twin Shot. We're not going to look at that again. We just looked at it. Crystal Burst Twin Shot. Two energy, no cooldown. Piercing damage again. Okay, so she's doing piercing damage. So yeah, Agatha. Rally command, instant rally command skill too. So now she has 2 different rally command skills here. Single target attack deals piercing damage equal to 100% of physical attack. If the target is in the same line as the target, additionally knocks them back by 2 tiles. After attacking, removes 50% of the current buffer value. Still don't completely understand that mechanic, but again, I think that seems like something we might just not understand until we actually get our hands on her and are playing her and are reading it in the buff and debuff list in game and stuff like that. Then deals piercing damage equal to 50% of physical attack to all enemies within a 1 tile radius of the target, and knocks enemies adjacent to the target back by 1 tile. And it has 4 range, and it's doing all that for 2 energy. I mean, like literally, this skill alone is like better than Mushi's like entire kit. All right, let's keep going. Emergency toolbox decision selects to use field repair unit or enhanced charging unit. Field repair unit is an instant, removes 50% of the current buffer value, recovers 30% HP, and gains damage reduction 2, regen 2, and healing received 2 for 2 turns. Okay. Enhanced charging unit. Also an instant, fills 50% of the max buffer value, gains attack 2 and immunity to disrupt for 2 turns, and gains 50 stacks of co-op charging until the start of next turn. I'm pretty sure these, like, her buffer and charging stuff has to do with her gaining more damage, basically. Like, I think it's like another, like a stacking damage thing or something. I'm not quite sure. I think I'm just going to keep saying that. We just have to wait until we can see her in game to see how that works. Okay, peak performance. At the end of the turn, additionally recovers 1 energy when energy is 0. Oh, and when energy is 0, additionally recovers another one? Wait, so she recovers 1 energy at the start of the turn. Her trait also lowers the cost of all her skills by 1 energy. And this passive makes it so she gets another energy at the end of the turn. And if she somehow ends up at 0 energy, which I have no idea how she's going to with all this energy mitigation and recovery, she gets another energy. So she would actually get 2 energy at the end of a turn and then 1 energy at the start of the next turn. Okay. Again, this passive almost seems like it's just better than Mushi's whole kit. I think, is that his name? Senshi. I'm calling him Mushi, whatever. Senshi Mushi. He got demoted from Senshi to Mushi. His kit is so mushy. Rally response effect triggers 1 instance of this skill's passive effect. Wait. So if this is her rally response, she gets even more energy when it gets triggered. Okay, like Maitha heard that we liked energy, so she put some energy in her energy so she could energy while she energies, basically, is what that passive is. Her reaction skills. When having regen, which we can get from field repair unit here from emergency toolbox, makes damage buffer module additionally transfer damage, converting every 10% regeneration effect to 5% buffer ratio. At the start of the turn, the character gains regen 1 for 2 turns. Yeah, okay, the next one. I think honestly this is the unique one. This is probably what we'll want. But I'm totally this whole damage buffer module has done me just a big bamboozle. I don't know what the hell is going on with this mechanic. Okay, spiky shield. When hit by an active attack, the damage taken decreased by 10. When receiving an active melee attack, strike back, dealing piercing damage to the attacker for 50% of her physical defense, not physical attack. Now this is maybe kind of interesting, because it doesn't list a number of times this can proc every turn, like in between every turn. And so maybe she can just do like a lot of counterattack damage. If this does not have a limit for a number of times it can happen, this might actually be worth considering too, right? Because we see with like Pam having 4 counterattacks every turn is actually really valuable. I mean, granted, hers is a bigger range than this on Maitha, but I mean, this could still, the fact that it's piercing damage in and of itself is kind of interesting. Okay, here we go. We got the ult here on the right. Before we get to that, which we already know is amazing, let's look at the left. So it's 3 energy field medic. And it's a healing skill. It has the rally command tag. Both of these skills do. Removes all buffer value. And so I think what we've seen here, because of reinforced joints and emergency toolbox with field repair, it kind of almost looks like you could actually play her as a support character too, if you wanted to, instead of a damage dealer, which is crazy. But it looks like she's got a lot of, like, look at this buff skill for 3 energy. So she gets rid of all her buffer value, heals all allies within 3 tiles, so the range is pretty big, 20% HP, and she gives attack 2, defense 2, and regen 2 to everybody for 2 turns. And the auxiliary passive thing is takes 50% damage for all allies within 3 tiles after taking damage if damage buffer module is full, removes 30% of the current buffer value, and recovers 30% of the HP lost. Can be triggered up to 2 times per round. So she also kind of can sort of, on top of being like doing a little bit of healing and buffing, she can also do a little bit of tanking. She's kind of like a jack of all trades with her non-damage dealing skills that it looks like are on the left side, and it looks like all of her attack stuff is on the right. Okay, this is the meat and the potatoes of her. in like Chinese videos I've seen where she's just doing like amazing things in, I think usually in boss content, but I feel like I've seen her in AoE content too. She's literally just spamming her ult, and it's probably because of peak performance, right? And so she's using this skill, this ult skill for energy. She's just using it turn after turn after turn. And it just deletes stuff. It's what makes her one of the 2 best AoE characters in the game, up there with Camelot. So this should be good. It has the rally command tag, like I said. Selects one target location and deals piercing damage equal to 80% of physical attack to all enemies within 3 tiles. It's got 3 range, and it's got a 3 tile radius. After attacking, removes 50% of the current buffer value. Then makes all sort of Convallaria allies perform additional rally response. And the effect is deal piercing damage equal to 50% of attack plus magic attack to enemies within 3 tiles of the character. And so yeah, then it's also a team up attack too. It's her ult, which is like her best AoE, and it's a team up attack too. And like the fact that both of those things are together, it's like this has to be one of the best skills in the game. Full armored attack here. So and we saw the animation, right? Like the animation looked really cool too. Like totally, she goes full like Iron Man mode and whips out like all the rockets, all the cannons. She does her best Tony Stark impersonation basically, and it looks amazing, and the results like on the field are amazing. Okay, her basic upgrades. I already know. Well, actually, I don't. I was gonna say when I saw the range on the left, I was gonna be like, I already know which one I'm picking, but then I saw the piercing damage on the right. So the one on the left is 2 to 3 range, and it has lifesteal on it, but the one on the right has rally command tag on it, and it single target, and it does 80% of her physical attack is piercing. Honestly, you probably want the right one, right? Because it's got rally command and it does piercing damage, which is not what the range one on the left is doing. That's just doing straight up physical damage. But like it seems like her entire kit revolves around piercing damage, you know. And we have characters who enjoy improving that, like Agatha and stuff. So okay, at 11 we've got an aura. Decrease AoE damage taken by all allies within 3 tiles of the character by 25%. We literally just saw this on someone yesterday we were looking at, right? Was this on Marcel, I think, maybe? It's okay. I don't know. Like situationally it probably gets used. And honestly, with how insane this character is, SP Maitha, you probably want to get it anyways. You probably want to Castalia it just for the 3% attack, right? Like honestly, these characters that are so obscenely busted and stuff, like you guys saw it, I Castalia'd every single like rank of Inanna's skills, and I have no regrets whatsoever. Like I put 6 Castalia into SP Inanna, and I would do it again. I would do it again if like that action got undone or something. I would do it again. I mean, I put I think what is it, 5? That's the reactions. That's the other attack percentage one, I think. I put both 5 and 11 into Estra just for the attack, for instance. And honestly, if I had more Castalia to spare, I might even still consider and think about putting like all like fully Castalia Am, just because of how much I use her in all content and everything. Like I think I might have 1 in her right now, and I wouldn't mind getting the defense and HP and the attack from more. But okay, so here's here's the speed thing I was talking about, right? Increase full armored Maitha attack. 3-turn cooldown, increase speed by 200. At the start of the round, fills all buffer. Oh my lord. Cooldown is 3 turns. If it was just the speed thing, it would be situational. But at the start of every round, it fully fills her buffer value. I still don't completely understand this whole buffer mechanic. But I think it said, didn't it say? I think basically what it does is it gives her more damage based on how much HP she has or something. Let's see. Gauge with max buffer value equal to max HP. A certain percentage of all effects that cause HP reduction taken by the character is transferred to buffer value. When buffer value reaches the maximum, excess damage will still take full effect. Actually, you know what? Rereading it, it almost sounds like it's a different shield type besides physical and magical. I don't know. Again, we'll have to see. But if it does have anything to do with her damage that she can do, then this might just be necessary. I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure which skills we'd want to use on her. Like, obviously, we'd need to use her ult. But as far as the other two, actually, I think we need this one too. I wonder, is there... I do really like Crystal Burst Twin Shot too. And Bulwark Charge gives her movement. And it's cheap / free because of the energy from peak performance. I wonder if you do just go Bulwark Charge, peak performance, and full armored attack. I don't know, but then how do you get full armored Maitha attack in there, right? I wonder if you do run two passives, and maybe you just can't afford to run Bulwark Charge. Maybe it's peak performance, full armored Maitha attack, and full armored attack. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll have to play around with it, but what a character, right? Like, holy cow. I mean, and it's a little bit interesting, like looking at the tier list, right? Because she's actually lower than Inanna, which is really interesting. I don't know why, but it feel like I wonder if it's just because of her. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder what her unique ascension skill is gonna be. Because it kind of feels like these upcoming characters, like these four. Like, I got the vibes looking at Maitha's kit here and watching that trailer that, like, she's just a stronger character than Inanna. But this person doesn't think so, right? Like, they think Inanna is still the best character in the game. And so I'm a little curious to see whether any of that has to do with the Ascension skill or not. I mean, we've got these two categories in the middle here, which we don't fully understand what they mean. Like, I'm assuming higher numbers for both of them are better, but not fully sure. I mean, like, Inanna has an 8 there, which makes me think that it's like the higher the better, because that would, you know, have to do with her flag that she can put down, right? That she can put down that's part of her ult skill. And just like everything it brings and everything. But it might also have to do with her SP skill, right? Because whenever she gets to the point of being 5 stars, she's going to be able to get her SP skill stacked twice as fast, right? Because she's going to be using I think she can contribute stacks to that too. I hope she can. I hope she can, because she needs allies and hopefully herself to use active skills 15 times to get fully stacked, and then at that point she's giving out another aura too, just passively. But she has to get fully stacked with that, and I think she has to get to like, I think it was 15 stacks. And so like hopefully when she gets to 5 stars and she's doing act agains and stuff too, hopefully she'll help stack that too. So I guess it technically wouldn't be twice as fast, right? Because she's only one of like 5 or 6 characters. So if she's in a 5 character team, it would be stacking the 15 stacks 20% faster, right? And then if it's 6 characters, it'd be like, what, I think rounded up 16% faster. But that also explains why she has the highest number there, yeah. And then over here, I mean, I guess her ascension skill isn't anything to write home about. I mean, there's only a few characters that aren't 2 or 3s. I mean, like Marcial here, Uvada, Flavia, Beryl having a 5 is interesting. Like her unique is already in the game, right? Because she's been power crept so much, they were like, let's do Beryl. And it seems good, but I don't know. I didn't think it seemed that great. Like, I have been hearing really good things about Tidens, and look at that, he's got an 8 in his. So like Tidens might, I mean, look at him. He's actually, even at this point in the other regions, he's actually okay in PvP, probably because of this. Basically what his special ascension skill does is it makes it so that his alert damage is changed from being, I think, based on his physical attack to being piercing damage. And I think it's based on like his HP or physical defense or something. And so like he can actually, like on Discord, people are talking about using him with a level 3 unique skill, and he's just doing a lot of damage. And I mean, the fact that I've got him and I have like no defenders, like this might actually be something that I invest in at some point when I actually have spare resources again, like I had prior to last week, right? Cole's is interesting. I guess I don't really remember what Cole's is, but it's got a bigger number. Senshi's is okay, I guess. I'm not really excited about him. His kit kind of doesn't do much for me. No Will's only being a 4 is a little bit surprising, because hers seems like one of the best ones we have like knowledge on already. And so does Gloria's, and hers is just a 3. So I don't know. I think maybe some of those numbers are kind of like the whole thing that people always say, like tier lists, take them with a grain of salt, right? And so like poll decisions and stuff, like I'm using it as additional information, but it's not gonna make my decision for me type stuff. But yeah, SP Maitha, pretty damn good character. All right, should we actually play the game? I don't know how much time we have left today, actually. Hopefully we still have a few hours to do some for this world of peace here. Okay. We're at max energy and we've got more here. All right, we gotta burn this real quick here. Now I think we're definitely getting closer to being able to rank 13 Kiya here at this point. Hopefully. Yeah, we're definitely getting there. I still don't think I want to spend that much, but I probably could be convinced to spend like 2,000 whenever we get that in the next couple days. So I think we'll continue doing that. Continue farming in here. I think we farmed everything else already. Yeah. So we're just doing this. And we gotta check to see on Expedition. I can't remember whether I should have done that last night, but we'll see. Finally got around to doing a little bit more of pioneering. I did stop working on pioneering, I think, last night because after a little while, because I had another defender section, and the defender stuff is just not fun. I feel like if I had probably like Flavia or Isa, it would be a lot more tolerable. I mean, even if I had Tidin, like Tidin's unique skill like built up and stuff, it would probably be much more tolerable. But yeah, I mean, it's funky. It's really funky having to do having to use suppression for that, where he's just, I mean, he's solid and it works, but it slows things down having to use like him and Magnus, because they just, I mean, Magnus's damage output is actually pretty decent, but he's like the only defender I have that can do any amount of damage at this point. That I think I can do. I think we'll do this. That's fine. We'll do that. Okay, so she's up to 13. She's got... Yeah, no, this one's actually pretty good, right? This is actually pretty good with how her playstyle works. Badge of Courage. Gosh, I don't know. Do we want to use these on her? Cause like I said, I don't think I'm gonna keep farming this. I think I'm probably gonna farm the one furthest to the left. Are you talking about pioneering Solstice? I think I'll take this to 1, but I think that's probably gonna be it. Yeah, we can look at it in a sec. I think I'm in like the 100s or 110s or something at this point. She still needs a Castalia. Her attack not bad. I mean, she is a destroyer, but at 1 star 3400, and I haven't really invested like anything into her really. Like I don't remember whether we actually even did any engravings for her. And she's probably over 3100. She needs more. What happened here? Did I? Oh, her story, right? That's, we're waiting on that. Yeah, I need skill. I mean, I think over here I need a fool's card for her, right? Because she wants HP. Everything I've been reading is that she wants HP, and so she needs one of these. And I think she's physical attack based. Yeah. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, and see, I just don't have many of them. Maybe we have one of these. Yeah, this might be better, but oh man, this actually isn't even that bad if we would have got the bonus one on it. We might have to use that one, or dude, these two are almost the exact same. They're 1 magic defense different. That's wild. Wow, this is a lot of attack, but I think we need the HP, right? Now this one will probably like hardly ever be active, but I think we want HP. I think we just use one of these. I think that's fine. But we gotta get it up to 60. I think we'll try this on her instead. It took her power down and it took her attack down, but honestly, whatever, I don't care. I think everything that I've seen has said that building her full HP is actually the way to go, not trying to split them. And so like I think she actually wants double pentacle. And obviously she wants like big HP rolls. I think if I remember it, she wants HP percentage, flat HP, and physical attack percentage are the three rolls she wants, and she wants double pentacle. And so we could do a teeny bit of rolling here. Is this pentacle? We've got how did I get so much money? All of a sudden we've got some money to throw around here. Yeah, let's try. Let's see what we can get going on here. So we're looking for big HP rolls, yeah. See it, so the HP can go up to, I can't tell, that's not half, is it? It looks like it might be a little bit less than half. I can't remember whether it goes up to like 400, 450, or 500. And then the percentage goes up to 20. Actually, I think it probably is half, so it probably goes up to 400, 20% and 400. And then obviously the defensive rolls go to 20% as well, which is, I don't think we care about any of that. Yeah, I have no idea how we got some money actually. I don't know if it's just from the farming or maybe some of the event stuff that we turned in yesterday. I'm not actually sure where all this money came from, but I'm not I'm not knocking it, and I will definitely use it here. Oh, here's maybe the first okayish one, but also remember we still want and need physical attack too to go along with the HP. 7 per. I don't remember how much 1% of HP is roughly worth. My guess would be 16%. I don't know. This is a big roll. This is a really big roll, though. I don't know. I don't know whether 300 HP is worth 7% or not. My gut tells me this one's better. But again, we still want and need physical attack. We still do want that. It's just that HP is the higher priority. But I think we've probably, and it can only go up to 10%. So something like this. Now this is a lot less HP. So we probably don't want to sack the HP for this attack. I don't know how much money we want to spend here either. We could easily like spend all of our money trying to get this stuff. Oh man, imagine if this was HP down here. Oh wow, this would have been a god roll if this was HP percentage here and not defense. Oh man, it would have been beautiful. I think I still have to take this though. I think we take this one and we start rolling on the weapon, because this is still an upgrade. That's still a really nice roll. Well, not a really nice roll, but it's still a better roll. And then we can do some of these over here. I think honestly what I'm doing is just looking for physical attack percentage right now. Oh, that's a pretty good one here. Too bad this isn't physical attack. That would be, I would almost be good with, oh, here we go. This one, it's flat though. If it was percentage, it would be like 7% probably, or 8%. This would have been well, not perfect, but it would have been good enough. I think we probably take this one and we maybe do a few more rolls. This one isn't bad either though. Yeah, but I don't care about defense. For Kiya, you want HP and attack though. Both HP and attack are like 1-to-1, 50 to 50% of her damage comes from each of them, and so you still really want attack on her too. This is probably 5% is probably slightly more than 64, but I don't remember what the HP percentage to flat conversion rate is roughly. I figured we could probably go to like down to 2 mil because we started a little over 4 mil if we use like half of our money or so. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on that. Again, it's flat. We keep getting the flat stuff. This is like such a side grade to what we have right now on the board, I think. Yeah, it's like really big side grade. Damn it, why does it have to be flat? I mean, this is probably, well, yeah, see, I don't know. Is 3% really more than 144? The defense is okay, but again, we don't really care about the defenses. We're really just here for attack and HP. I think this is also like a side grade. We're getting a lot of solid rolls, but we're not getting any great rolls yet. All right, so that took us under 2 mils, so we might. All these really high percentage rolls we're seeing are like the wrong stats. We're not seeing an HP one. Okay, let's chill on the legendary rolls. Let's try some epic rolls here to conserve money here, and maybe we'll go to like 15, 1.5 or something, because we got a lot of these. I feel like I see like the really good rolls like so rarely in epics though. That's why my my gut still wants to do the legendaries, but I know it's such a massive money drain. Yeah, I mean, like we can kind of see like we're getting a lot more 2 rolls and not even triple rolls here with the epics already. But they're also so much cheaper. Let's see, like that's a pretty good flat HP roll. This is okay. HP rolls. But yeah, we get to do a lot more rolls with the epic ones. There's our first 20 per. Or oh wait, no, you said you saw a physical. You said you saw a physical one at 20 too. I want to see an HP. I want to see a 20% HP roll with a physical attack percentage roll on it too. That's hopefully not like 1% or something. Like this. I want to see a 6% physical attack, 20% HP roll, and then I'll be good. Oh man, no attack. That's our first really good HP roll. Damn. Oh, that sucks. And it's defense too. All it had to be was physical attack. If it was 5% physical attack, done. We'd be out of here. Oh man, okay. Here's another solid HP roll. A good flat roll. These epic rolls actually haven't been that bad so far. The only problem with the epic rolls so far is that we're not seeing enough physical attack percentage. We really need to see more physical attack percentage. Here's one, but it's really low. Those are low, very low, very, very low. Yeah. Look at this roll, you got 2. I think these rolls are always so funny when the bar is like all the way left. Like a 1% attack roll or something. Yeah. I don't know, the problem is doing these rolls is also kind of fun, right? There's something about doing these rolls that's kind of fun. So here we are, we just passed 1.5. Maybe we actually go down to 1. And we just do it with the epic, so we have a lot more rolls to do. I think I can convince myself to do it that way. Just because we have so many pentacles here to play with. Why not? Here's the 1% roll. I guess its bar is a little bit bigger because it's on pentacle and not one of the not like sword or something. Yeah, we need big money with a whammy here at the end. We need big whammy. We need like a 10% physical attack and like a 17% HP percentage too, or something. Big bars. Eh. Perfect magic attack, okay. Yeah, it's kind of looking like like it's not in the cards. Look at how close to 1 mil we're getting. Here's a good physical attack roll, and we're not seeing any HP with it, of course. Because why would we? How's it going, Wiz? We're doing a few engraving rolls here for Kiya. So we're looking for as high of physical attack and max HP percentage we can get, and we're not having any luck, as you can see here. We're getting good HP rolls and then no physical attack or flat physical attack. I don't think we've seen a double HP roll with attack percentage yet, and we're getting down to our last roll here, I think. So we looked at some fun characters today, though. Wiz, we took a look at the free character from the collab, probably in a couple weeks, Senshi. We took a look at Yserinde, who I saw in the store yesterday, and then we saved the best for last. We actually looked at her kit. Her kit is actually in the game. We looked at SP Maitha's kit here, and we even watched a video that had her trial in I can't remember if it was in Chinese or Taiwanese, but yeah, it was, that character is ridiculous, and it was a lot of fun looking at her kit. We actually haven't played the game yet. This is the first thing we're doing in game, so I think that's it. We'll see what kind of numbers Kiya's got. I think she probably lost. She actually didn't lose much. Not a whole lot changed, did it? Her power is pretty similar, and her stats are pretty similar, interestingly. You know, Wiz, it's funny you said that, because I was kind of talking about that earlier, about how it's nice to, like, just send him off on his own to hang out with, like, 3 or 4 enemies, and he just sits there hidden, invisible, and while he just dots them down, right? And they just exactly what you said, slowly killing them all. I think that's gonna change for us in a little while, though, because, you know, at 4 stars he's gonna be doing it even better with adding even more debuffs to the mix, right? And his range is bigger, and he's gonna hit 1 more enemy. But then really at 5, when he gets the energy regen, I think, and then we can start using checkmate too. I think I'm gonna use checkmate instead of this, probably at 5 stars. But I think at 5 stars he's actually gonna he's gonna be doing a lot of damage too, like, because what is it? It's 4 energy, and so he's gonna get 2 energy back per turn. And if there's any way we can give him energy from other characters too, yeah, it's gonna be, he's gonna be really nice at 4 and 5 stars. I think he's gonna feel a lot different, especially at 5, when he's like able to actually start actively attacking too. I love it, Wiz. I love it. All right, so let's see. Luvada's still here. Kavari's still here. They're slowly improving. Kavari, his attack is looking really nice. Actually, I don't think I'm blocking that, am I? I only block physical attack. He's just coming along, you know, because we're getting more points into the Pioneer stuff. And so his sets are slowly just creeping up, and you know, he's not that far off. I mean, 36, so right now he's like 6 days away. If we have the event going for the next week still or something, he's 6 days away from 3-star, and he gets a little bit more attack, he gets a little bit more damage, but he also gets the energy back, and so he should start playing better too, because then he can be doing, he'll probably be able to start throwing out multiple rosters at each turn at that point. I mean, I know it'll be much easier to do that at 5 stars, but yeah, he's really feeling good. Luvada feels good. She's got a lot less attack. She's got like 300 less attack, but she still feels really nice too. I think I have her in here. Yeah, so I gotta keep remembering. Oh, what the heck, Soul says? What? That's not cool. What did you need in the other? What did you have in the other package that they took? That's not great. We don't want that. Oh, how's it going, Taryn? What's up, dude? I think we're probably ready to finally get into Spiral and do some playing. Oh wait, actually not. We have some collecting to do. I'm assuming this is just from the gifting event. Yeah. All right, thanks, Sarah. I guess that's the only one. Do I have stuff? Oh man, I have a lot of the right one. Who wants the right one? Let's see. Who can use the right one? Dang, everybody's already got all the stuff. Nope, Pixel gets some of the right one. There you go, dude. I could be wrong. I don't think Annie's still playing the game. I think Annie's moved on to like Persona and stuff, but if Annie is logging into the game again anytime soon, you can get those, I suppose. Oh, you got both of them in a 10 pull. Nice. I unfortunately had to go to Pity to pick her up, which is not great, and I ended up pulling 3 of him along the way, which is also not great. And was basically the exact same thing I had happen on the second account with the collab, where I had to go to Pity to get Kane, and I got 3 Rydias along the way. So it kind of sucks because like the alt account could use Barjalo and the main account could use Rydia, and so I kind of wish we could trade them or something. Tatlock is really good. Tatlock might be the strongest magic character in the game right now. She's really nice, and I've used her a teeny bit. I finally got around to doing a little bit of the Cascade battles over the weekend, and I've got more to do before the collab goes away. But yeah, Tatlock's attack animation, the one where she puts 3 weakenings on the enemy and then she does the damage, and if she max boosts it double casts, that skill animation actually looks really sick too, on top of doing like ridiculous damage. Like when she's breaking enemies who are not broken yet, she's hitting them with that skill for like 30 to 45,000 damage per hit on unbroken enemies. It's ridiculous how much damage she's doing. She looks like she's gonna be really fun to use. So And then obviously I like her design too. Like her sprite and her art is good. I mean, it's just like her base form. She just looks, I don't know. I just like Tatlock. Okay, in here we said we were gonna look at this. I am up to 111. Okay, I was a little further than I thought. But this unfortunately is another defender, another defender section, which is like my least favorite section. So I'm gonna have to just suck it up now. Thankfully, we're only slightly behind. I'm only -5 right now, and so hopefully I can auto some of it. We'll see. The problem is for the defender stuff, I usually use suppression to make it pretty mindless, because he just tanks all the seekers like it's nothing. And then Magnus kind of just goes off on his own and does his own thing and gets healed by Safi regardless of where he is. But it's still not that fast, because they still have to use both of those two characters that just do a lot less damage than the other characters. So I will probably, I don't know what I'll do here with this next section, but yeah, we'll see. And this is where everything is in here. Everything's still on 3. I think maybe Defender is right there. No, maybe Destroyer. One of them's almost done. Yeah, Destroyer is almost done with 3. And when it resets. Now I timed this nicely. Now I collected last night after reset, because we're right around here. Now I actually wish it was 24 hours, not 26. But maybe we can get it up to like 48, where we only have to collect it every other day, because it would be really nice to just collect it like either every day or every other day right after reset, because it would just becomes like part of the regular routine, right? And so my hope is that we'll eventually be able to get this up to 48 hours and just collect it every other day. And like I could just, I mean, probably wouldn't even need to set an alarm, because the game will just tell you when it's ready to be collected. I think the game does give you a notification when your exploration time is done. And then as far as expedition, gosh, I hope I did this last night on reset already. Shoot. All right, that means we've got to do that real quick. I think I've got to the point where we want to exchange everything. Like whenever you can exchange, well, you don't want to exchange the lowest rarities, but whenever you can exchange rarities up, you always want to do it. Because look at how many of these lower ones we have, and then look at how many of these we have. We need these higher ones. So like I'm doing this, and I'm not even looking, I'm doing that. And then honestly, this is just the money stuff, right? You can exchange. It's not our actual money though. This is just the expedition money. And so whenever you can exchange that, I know it's almost 1 million, but we've got over 3 million. We still do that even though we've got a lot of this, because we want to convert this to the next tier, so I do that as well. That's kind of my philosophy that I've adopted, I think, over the weekend for here. And yeah, we're already up to 30 out of 200 for Shaq Lulu, which will be nice. I've been seeing a lot of really positive things about Shaq Lulu. And the other thing is Agata's imprint is in here. Right? Her imprint is in here, which means if she is the one I use the selector on, I can totally just get this made up for her. Maybe even by the time probably not by the time I get her, but maybe we can get it to like 2 or 3 or 4 stars by then or something. And we also have all these astral shards in here too, which is nice. So yeah, nice exchange in here. All right, what do we need? We need like everything, but we need more so the first and the third one, which means, but the problem is I have 3 leaders for here, 3 for here, and 1 for here. You know, this part really sucks that I don't have, I mean, It's at this point it's whatever that I don't have Tyre because he's like a meta character. But Samantha and Garcia from like back on launch and stuff, it kind of sucks that I don't have either of them at this point. But okay, so there's only one in here. We need more of 1 and 3. So I mean, Barrel, and we said we're doing Barrel with Papal State stuff, right? That's easy to remember. So we do Barrel, Luvada, and Angel. Honestly, I should like take pictures of the characters I'm doing so that like every day when I have to come back here and do this all over again, like I don't even have to think about it. I just do it. So I think with that in mind, I'm actually gonna take screenshots, put them on Discord so I can just remember this easier. Bear with me here. This takes it takes a little bit extra time. In here we've got Safi, Nono, and Rowley, who I have all of. The easy way that I've remembered to do this is I'm just doing Safis together and Rowleys together, and then with Nono I'm doing Voldarians together. I think we can actually do Pam in here. I don't think Pam is a leader in any way. Oh, in the lighthouse, that's all I've been doing. I've even been like, I've even been eating the lower rank thing. And like eventually, you know, we'll probably want to start rank 13ing our epics specifically for that, right? It's mostly just that I don't think we can afford to yet, right? There's too many like higher priority characters to rank 13 first, like the characters we're just using like everyday use type deal. Oh wait, I went to the wrong one, didn't I? Yeah, I did. We're doing this one first. Okay, so then like I said, Rowley. Gloria is the leader. I think Astra and Etta go together because they got the same category. And I think they go with Akambe. Anana. I usually do the Ananas together. Maitha's the leader. Lutfi's the leader. We could do Kavari. Does he use? Yeah, he shares that one with SP Rowley. So we could do this one. And then finally we have Nono. And this ends up being her, Kiya, and Butterfly from what I remember. Yeah, there they are right there. That's an easy one to do. Okay, and that brings us to over here. We've got Maitha and Lutfi and Gloria over here. Obviously, let's see, Gloria, Augusto, and Titan. That's an easy for the union bonuses. Oh, did you see that? We're almost there. 3 more. After today, I'm gonna be able to. I think that means I can probably add another character to here. After today, add a 4th character. We'll have to see what we're doing with that. All right, with Lutfi, I think Lutfi is where I do the Ananas. I try to keep it like thematic so it's easier to remember. But I guess if I'm like saving these, Right. Maybe I don't have to. Well, probably still will do that moving forward. Okay, and then lastly, we've got Maitha. Thing. Did I do the? I did this one over here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this is the last leader one. So we do Maitha, but we can do Edda and Fakel too. That's easy to remember as well. Kind of thematic. Okay, so then we said, how many more do we have? 2? Oh, 3. Well, we said we need 1 and 3 more, yeah? I don't know where do we go, I guess probably over here, because we need to level this up more, so we probably do 1 more here and then 2 over there. So over here we could do, like I said, we can do these 3. It's a weird pairing, but whatever. I guess we must have lost the third person. Oh, you know, I think it was Edda that I should have done with them, or I guess maybe not should have, but could have. Okay, and then we do 2 more over here. I think Xavier leading some hanged man. That's kind of funny. Because I think what I vaguely remember about Xavier story-wise is that I don't think he actually likes the hanged man. I could be wrong, but I think. And then here, this is easy too. Yeah, and see, like, we need to rank these characters up more, right? Okay, so there's my team. Hope I didn't do too many pictures. I think I did, and Discord is probably gonna yell at me. Because I think you can only do 8 screenshots at a time on Discord, yeah? Oh, I might have screwed that up. It's just processing, it's just hanging there. Oh no, it did it! It took 10 screenshots. Okay, cool. Alright, perfect. Alright, so we're done there. But yeah, I think I'm with you. Like, I've started doing the Epics thing a little bit, yeah. Suppression, Lash, Stinger, Outlaw Guard. And I think they're all like 12 anyways. It's whatever. I can't remember what, I think these were like specific characters that they want here, right? Yeah, and so we actually have to use, I think this was like Nurgle, Nungal. I don't remember what this slot is. And we'll see what we get over here too. But yeah, I think for the most part we want to use non-legendaries in here unless it like gives a bonus for using them for the bottom two. Okay. What time is, oh my god, it's 5 o'clock already. That I really did get started late today, didn't I? And I think I think I said earlier maybe we'll actually finish this chapter today, and like it looks like we might have an hour to play. How's it going, Sarah? How's it going? Hopefully. Oh wait, no, you were here earlier. My bad. Welcome back, maybe. I'm totally out of it today. My mind is mush today. I think it happens when we do like too much theory crafting. I just like exhaust my mind, and then sometimes we get situations where we're like saying hi to folks who have already been here for hours, like and stuff like that. But yeah. Yeah, I think, like I said, I think we only have like an hour we can play today or something. It is, right? Like, it's fun, but it also, I don't know. Sometimes it feels like we can go down the rabbit hole maybe a little bit too much, too. Because I think we spent like 2.5 hours today, like not even playing the game. So yeah. Let's see. Do we need to rest anybody? We are resting people. We could rest them. I think we said we were gonna rest. I think if I remember right, yesterday we did everything. It was just next week time. So let's go to the next week. Week 21 already. All right. Aegis? Is that her name? I can't remember. I think her name is Aegis. Uh-oh. Are they coming back? No, we're going over there. Oh, we're going on the offensive, maybe. Yeah, it really does. Like it would have been nice if we already had that, like for me going back and getting that one union ending that I didn't get before. Like I got I think I got 2 out of the 3 union endings, and I'm gonna have to go back and get the last one. Dang, you've gone hard on Spiral. I'm jealous. I wish I would have got that many endings done before doing this new story. But yeah, I think as of right now, the only Spiral stories I've finished are 2 out of 3 unions. Night Crimson and Eternal Awakening. It's those, I guess technically those 4 endings so far out of, let's see, how many is that total? Sarah's got 3, 2 Papal, 1 Area, 1 Merchant. So let's see, 5, 6, 7, 11, and then add in Night Crimson and Eternal Awakening, which each I think only have 1. So that's 7, 9, 11, 13 endings right now, and I've only got 4 of them or something. Yeah, and I think my my knowledge is, what was my knowledge, like in the high 80s or something? It's nice though, because it means there's still all this story that I still have yet to do, which should be interesting for giving maybe more contextual stuff to this story after the fact. I know I'm doing so much of the story in this game backwards, you know, with like doing Eternal Awakening before Night Crimson and stuff, but it's the more pieces I'm getting, like putting on the table from the puzzle, like it doesn't feel like it's complicating things too much. Like I thought I would be getting myself like really confused with doing stuff so out of order, but it seems to be working pretty well so far. Like occasionally I'll remember like the wrong ordering for certain events or something, but for the most part it seems to be not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Oh, you haven't finished Night Crimson yet, Sarah? Holy, I don't remember. Did you watch me finish it? Because the ending cinematics and like the final fight of it were, oh man, they were total peak. They were so good. They were so good. Okay, the Papal States troops continued to withdraw from the area, but the Ironthorn Knights, instead of pressing their advantage, went back to the Crossroads base and stood fast. Yeah, you probably are close to the end too. Yeah, it was, I mean, basically the gist of it is a lot of people died, and Rowley and Safi and everything, and that's pretty much it. I don't know, but it was just really well done. I thought I really enjoyed the story, and like the ending was the ending was really good. Oh, really? Yeah, and see, that was also during the period where I was going through kind of a lull with the game, and my attention was more so elsewhere. And so like I missed doing most of Night Crimson when it was still an event, so I missed out on probably thousands of luck sites from that. But I think I did start doing it towards the very end of of when it was still an event, and then we finally got to it after Eternal Awakening. So I totally missed out on most of those Luxite, which you know, in the long run it kind of sucks, but hopefully it won't stop us from still getting Maitha and Camelot, at least, knock on wood. I don't know, I feel like I have reasons for wanting those two a lot, but the Lucamar character, we'll have to meet her in game and see what she's like, whether or not she's just like a metapole or if she's actually like a story and metapole. Yeah, Camelot, like a few of these other characters we have in the game right now, is just like a character you use for everything, right? And honestly, there's something nice to be said about the characters you just use for everything, because it's so much easier to just like invest tons of resources in a few characters rather than needing to build up like a bunch of AoE characters and then a bunch of single target characters, right? It's like really nice that some of these newer characters can just slot into teams anywhere if you like them and want to use them. Oh really? That's pretty hype then, Wiz, for sure. Yeah, I mean he's an interesting character so far. Like what I saw of him at the very beginning of here in the story, where he was actually like fighting with us. He, you know, and I really did think he was up to no good. Like it kind of felt like he was like gathering intel on us basically when he was fighting with us, and then it turned out that was exactly what he was doing. But he's very, you know who he actually reminds me of a lot? He reminds me of Thanos, right? Because he's like respectful and polite to his enemies and everything, and he's like massive, and he's just like a total badass. Yeah, he actually that's the perfect comparison, I think, for me. Because like Augusto, he was such an asshole, right? Like in the Union playthrough, Augusto was just like this massive dick to everybody. He was like rude, he insulted people. He was I mean, I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, he killed like innocent like civilians and stuff. And it doesn't seem like Camelot would do like any of those things. He follows like the code, right? Like, yes, he declared war on us, but he's following the code, and he has honor. Even though he's the villain, he has honor. Whereas like Augusto did not like have honor or anything. He was just kind of a jerk. And so like for those reasons alone, like I already like Camelot a lot more too. And then obviously just how busted he is as a character. It'll be really nice when this new website gets his kit uploaded too, and we can actually take a look at it. I mean, we're probably not that far away from that happening, right? Considering Maitha's kit is up there now, and that's a really recent development. Like I'm pretty sure they must have added her to here, I don't know, maybe like over the weekend or something, or maybe even between yesterday and today, because I'm pretty sure we were looking at the website. Yeah, I think we were looking at the website yesterday too, and she wasn't even on here yet. So yeah, I mean, because with Hockey's predictions, like she's actually predicted to come out like a couple weeks after Camelot does. So I would imagine we'll get his kit up on here soon too. And we should also have SP Samantha's kit pretty soon, I would imagine, with her coming up soon, like sooner than Maitha as well. So we'll probably just need to keep an eye on this website going forward in the subsequent days and weeks for keeping an eye out for new characters and stuff. I think we can probably get these characters. Ysyrinde's kit looked really interesting though. Especially if you have Nidia. I think these were just for me personally to look at Agatha and Tristan. I think at this point though, I think I've already made my decision there as far as what I'm gonna do with the selector. I think I have too many piercing characters that do piercing, where she, I can't even remember which one it was. Silver Severing. It's the wound stuff, right? Where it increases piercing damage taken by enemies, right? And there's so many characters that do piercing damage, right? Like this is actually going to increase Maitha's damage output, right? Having Agatha in a team with her, and so like I think Agatha just is going to be really nice for my roster eventually. So, okay, the fierce battles ceased at once throughout the region. All seemed like the calm before a terrible storm. I know it kind of does. I think tomorrow. We'll have to look at the schedule tomorrow, but maybe one of these. Oh, here's Yserinde. Oh, Anana has no chill. State your purpose. Oh, that's right. I forgot about her. Her voice actress made me want to look up voice actresses. Didn't we do that like last week? Did we ever end up finding out who her voice actress is? Because I'm not gonna lie, it sounds like there might be a small chance that it's the same person who voices Tatlock. I could be wrong, but maybe. And how interesting would that be though? Alright, right here, Miyuki Sawashiro. This should be really easy to figure out, right? Because it would be right up here on top. Most likely, if she voices Yserinde. Doesn't look like it. Oh man, Tatlock is voicing Storm in the upcoming Marvel Fighter. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about Tatlock's voice. Sarah, this is a character that we're gonna be seeing in Octopath Zero too. So hopefully they nail the English voice acting casting for this character, because she's right here. This is Tatlock. Tatlock is, I think, my favorite voice acted character in COTC. She's like she's like so evil. I don't know. Interesting character. But yeah, no, I guess not, huh? I mean, I feel like we would have seen Yserinde up at the top if, I mean, it could have even been 2024 technically, like in the other regions, if she was the same person doing it. Yeah, here, that's a different person. Well, I mean, maybe I'm wrong about who the voice actress is, but maybe I'm not wrong about recognizing the voice. Maybe she's done stuff I've heard in other games too. Okay, here you go. Carry in. Now, she's only does Japanese, and we didn't play in Japanese, so we haven't heard. But we did play this game. I did stream this game last year, Aiden Chronicles. So she was in that game too. I mean, I guess the only thing really we would probably recognize her from would be COTC, right? Because I don't think there's any other games that voice, like Japanese voice acting, is really that relevant for me, having heard, other than these two gacha games we're doing. So, yeah, I guess maybe just somewhat similar, but they definitely Shiori definitely gave me a little bit of Miyuki vibes here, but okay. We'll probably be doing the behind the voice actor thing again with Zero, and probably with Evilise Chronicles too, I imagine. Such hostility. Is this how you treat someone who saved you? I may offer salvation again, this time in the mine pit. Isn't the mine pit your target? Did she just flip her hair? I'm afraid it will turn to ash before our forces arrive. She's such a cool designed character. What? I mean, honestly, both her and Nidia's designs are really cool. It kind of makes sense that they're tied in together too, like their kits based on the story. Divine punishment approaches, as it seems. Divine punishment. I mean, that makes me think of Samantha, right? My source reveals that divine punishment causes massive Luxite energy overload. Now, imagine it being triggered in the Luxite-rich mine pit. Oh, someone's gonna blow up the mine pit? Oh, that sounds bad. They speak of the Treaty of Iria, of believing in protecting and sheltering refugees. The Papal States pursue one goal: control all Luxite sources on the continent. You know, where have we seen something like that before with a holy state trying to control resources, right? Triangle strategy, la la la. Na, 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 na. I mean, seriously, it's the exact same thing, just different resource, right? Seize it, or right, and if we can't have it, nobody can have it, right? Boom, destroy it. Then they block the Union, maintain their monopoly, and pay almost no price. A brilliant strategy. One might almost say a triangle strategy, right? Because there's Sword of Convallaria, the Union, and the Papal States. It's funny how well that name actually ended up working out, right? For the game thematically, triangle strategy. What a seemingly crappy name for a game, and then you actually play through the whole story, and it's like, wow, this actually really makes sense, and it's really fitting. The chess master cares nothing for the board itself. Now, speaking of chess, where's Lutfi right now? Right? He's literally got like skills called decoy and checkmate and stuff. And decoy literally puts down like a chess board on the on the tiles too, right? Oh gosh, what if Lutfi's behind this? What if Lutfi's working with the Papal States? I can't remember what tags he's got. What if he's got the Papal? No, I think he's got the Iria and the Union tags actually because of what we saw in Eternal Awakening. Why tell us this? The Union wants Iria, not the ruins of it. Now this is really interesting, right? Her from the Union is coming to talk to us about the Papal States. And it sounds like our allegiances might be shifted too, which is something we see quite often depending on how you play through triangle strategy, right? There's times where you side with one power, and then maybe you change your mind and end up going and siding with someone else, and it like fluctuates throughout the course of the game who you're siding with, where your allegiances lie. And it kind of sounds like that's about to happen here with us too, because for a second there yesterday we were doing stuff with the Papal States, and now it sounds like we might even be doing stuff here with the Union, right? Let's make a deal. Stop the Papal States, and the Union leaves the mine pit alone for now. Yeah, I like how she put those two words at the end there, right? Yeah, this totally feels like triangle strategy right here. Of course, you can trust an enemy's word or not. Your choice. Man, she's a really, really interesting character. The divine punishment information is genuine. Now look at this. Samantha's back in a different capacity. Samantha, she's not back as a judge anymore. She's back as a watcher. Huh. Divine punishment starts in 1 week in the mine pit's eastern mining area. Well, a judge from the Papal State. See, like how she said, well, that gave me big Tatlock vibes right there, right? What a clever ploy. So, you appear now. What new trick do you play? I mean, she's not here as a judge, though. Sorry, if only I'd learned sooner. Perhaps I could have. I know my words seem hollow now. But I must stop divine punishment. That's the only way to make amends. The Sword of Convallaria is my only hope now. She flipped her hair again. A papal judge begs the Sword of Convallaria to stop divine punishment. Is this really the setting that Samantha should be telling us this, like when Yserinde is here too? I mean, she's literally just giving away like important intel to someone who's basically our enemy right now, right? Like, she could have waited until Yserinde left to say all this. But maybe there's a reason for not doing it. Should I call you brazen or manipulative? Of course we will help. We always help. Sword of Convallaria will help. The Papal States may not deserve trust, but Samantha, you fought as our comrade. I believe you. Stan, Anana, thank you both. Such touching loyalty. One last gift before I leave, then. Divine punishment connects to a prayer. The radiance brings hope and protects all. Dude, didn't we hear this? Didn't we hear this exactly yesterday? I'm pretty sure, was it Samantha who said these words? It might have been. We definitely heard those words yesterday. I think it was Sam. Time grows short. Save Iria if you can, my pawns. Oh, dude, I'm so high on Yserinde right now as a character, as a story character. She's like totally up my alley. I mean, the way she's like cunning and condescending and manipulative and strategic. I mean, it's some of the same reasons that I like Tatlock so much in COTC. So, yeah, I wish I could pull for her. Yet another character I hope I like off banner at some point, but we'll see. We haven't really, I mean, other than Pam, I haven't really off-bannered anybody that I want, right? Like we didn't. I don't think we saw me. Did I off-banner anybody during Anana polls? I don't think I did, right? I think I just pulled her, and I mean, I still don't have Coco. I still don't have. I don't know. I guess if we're looking at the list here, or wait, I guess the easier list to look at would be over here, right? Like, I still don't have Coco. I still don't have Homa. I still don't have Agatha. I still don't have Taer. I still don't have Tristan. All these like older characters from like the beginning of the year or last year, I don't have like any of them. I don't know. It feels a little bit interesting, you know, because like the polling in this game is so like free to play friendly with the pity system at the very least. But we just don't get new characters. We don't get dupes and stuff like we do in like COTC, right? Like in COTC in the last couple weeks, for instance, we off bannered Rondo pulling for Rinyu, and I mean, like, I've off bannered Carouser like 3 times, which is crazy. I mean, I'm pretty sure on the ult account, that's why I can't remember. I think like Southern Toss, like base Southern Toss, and then Elrica. I can't remember which they are, but one of them's A2 and one of them's A1. And I think only one of those 3 dupes came from whichever banner we were pulling them on. And like all of the other, like the other 2 copies are off banner pulls too. I mean, there's just so many more off banner pulls in COTC than in here. I mean, there's so many characters I would love to off banner. I mean, Agatha, Tristan, Taer, Flavia, Isa, Afra, Nydia, Homa. I mean, so Coco. There's so many, and it doesn't feel like when I'm pulling for new characters, it doesn't really feel like there's very much of a likelihood of seeing past characters, honestly. Like when I pull for these 2 characters, we might just see them and that's it. I don't know. You got Anana, huh, Sarah? I mean, that's a great off banner considering how good both versions of her's SP skill is, right? Like, I feel like after doing the other pioneering thing, the boss fighting version in pioneering, where we get the 3 charges per week, ever since doing that for the first time and bringing like base Anana and seeing her out damage Gloria, like I kind of feel like I need to like build Anana up more and show her some more love and actually start to use her again, because her SP skill is so good and Act Again is still so good, and like actually having both Ananas, like there's not actually that much of an argument against using both of them, I think. You keep getting dupes, that's why. Yeah, I mean, I think I've literally only maybe pulled 1 dupe in the whole first year of the game. And I think if I remember right, I think it was a barrel dupe. And it was, I don't know. I feel like it was a long time ago too. Like I think it was somewhere in here. So it was either pulling for Homa, Raui, or Taer, I think. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel like after looking at Yserinde's kit today, it kind of feels like you really want both of them. And so like if we don't even have one of them, it feels at least maybe not quite as bad, because it really does look like you want both of them together. And so, like, if you don't have one of them, let alone both of them, yeah, I mean, I don't know, but yeah, and Lutfi would be a really nice off banner pull too. I mean, I wouldn't even mind getting a Lutfi dupe with how I think how much his gameplay is gonna change once he hits 5 stars. Like until he's 5 stars, I feel like a Lutfi dupe wouldn't even upset me at all. Like, I would probably be happy about it. But yeah, I don't know, just off-banner characters, I just don't do it. I mean, I think for me at this point, if I could off-banner one character, I think it probably, given my roster, would probably be Isa. I think she would just be really nice to have. With how much damage she brings to the role, but also just like her trait skill. I mean, I could use that with so many characters, right? I could just do the cliche thing and put it on a Nana, but I could also put it on. Actually, I think if I remember right, it doesn't work that well on Pam, but I do remember hearing that it works really well on Estra too. That also would be interesting. I mean, I could play more aggressively with Kavari's positioning and even use her to protect him. I think honestly, I remember looking at her kit and she, you know, like her ult skill looks awesome. Her skill animations look good. She's so relevant to the story. There's just a lot of reasons why I would like to have her. But honestly, there's so many characters I would be happy to see, right? Like Homa, Egita, I mean, all these characters I mentioned, there's like closer to 10 characters I wouldn't mind off bannering, honestly, at this point. I mean, let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe even Layla, I'm not sure. Let's not for now. 6, 7, 8, maybe 9, maybe 10. I mean, it's a big number. it's a big number. I would not be upset with like any of those characters. Kenshi, yeah, I mean, I like story wise, I would totally be for pulling her. Gameplay wise, I would definitely rather have Isa, but okay. Oh, the Radiance brings hope and protects all. Yeah, I'm even repeating that. That's the Radiant Maidservant's prayer. Oh, is that what Credenza has been saying? Uh-oh. Is Credenza not actually good? This prayer sounds familiar. Radiant Maidservant. You couldn't mean... Yup, light bulb. We must find Credenza. Hurry. Oh, jeez. Stop the divine punishment. New part of the story. Now what else? We had someone finish training. I think that was Aegis, right? She got something new. Let's see. She got the other. She's got both range things on her now. Not sure. Let's see. I think, yeah, Nana and Raleigh are still training. We could probably get... Gloria knows nothing. Gloria should get some training too, probably. Look at him go. Hi ladies, how's the training going? Worthless, they ran when we needed them the most. God, their attack speeds are so low, aren't they? their attack speeds are so low. They're yeah. All right, fair enough. Okay, so Gloria, I think for like all our melee characters, we're doing this one first. It's just energy and healing. Right in a big radius, it's good. It's just good. Now we also got the lowered. We finally got the lowered time upgrade for tailored training, which is really nice. So we're gonna be doing. We should be doing three. We should be training 3 people every week at this point, I think. Okay, there you go, Gloria. Okay, what's at the Haven? Who's at the Haven? We've seen, I think we've seen, who have we seen here? Oh, we've got a messenger. Leader, Windy Vale Town's trading post sent supplies. Take a look. Are you sure you didn't mean Mistvale? Just kidding. Once we secure the Great Sea of Sand trade routes, we won't need to worry about supplies anymore. Send me on the next patrol mission. All right, Piero. I don't know if you're high enough level for that though. Oh, good. We got both of these things, which we definitely want. I don't know. Do we need to rest anybody? Nope. All right, easy. One at Senshi. Oh, we're gonna be talking to Credenza. This should be. Oh no, we're not. Sister Credenza left. She only said she was going to the mine pit. She left behind the Luxite necklace everyone gave her. Oh boy. Oh gosh. Wait. So she's literally like a sleeper agent, and now she's been activated. Oh my god. Credenza's literally a spy. Oh man. I wonder if she's feeling any guilt about what she's about to do because of Lyra here taking such a shine to her. We need to find her quickly. Leader, she'll be all right, won't she? Depending on how she responds when we find her. Maybe. Yeah, we'll have to play that one by ear, I think, little one. Yeah, we've normally done Inanna and Raui, but they're both training. I don't know. Who do we could just wait. No already has something. Normally we want to do blessings on like damage dealers, right? So I guess we could do one on like Aegis, because she's a big damage dealer for us here. Oh, that's not bad, because she's doing a lot of fire stuff. She's doing like AoE stuff too, so probably not. Her range has been increased though, so maybe this one wouldn't be the worst one. This is probably gonna be, I think, the right one better than the left one. Yeah, let's go this one. And then over here, I don't know, I guess we could up Safi's healing output or something. I do like stuff like this left one for Safi, because she's really good at healing everybody else, but she needs to rely on fortune buff procs to heal herself, I think. And so like any way we can get some healing onto Safi is a good thing, I think. So do that, that's fine. That's it? No, not even close. What do we have here? Could be like Shaklulu, or it could just be a townsperson. You're the leader of sort of Convallaria. Yes, I have a few questions for you. All right, Hania. Do you believe that there can be a just war? Oh, she's gonna ask us questions, and depending on how we answer, she might join us, right? Because she's got a name, so she's probably a legendary character we can recruit. There is no justice in war. War must be waged with a just cause. It depends on what justice you are talking about. At first glance, it looks like the top one, but what if like war What if a war is happening, like we just saw yesterday? We saw it conclude, and we started the war. Well, the localized war last week, where the Voldarians went to war to fight for their own freedom. Like that's justice. The Voldarians going to war to defend themselves. That's justice. So the top one isn't actually true, right? Maybe even the middle one actually. You know, when it comes to these, I often end up thinking about them like from a triangle strategy perspective, right? With the different convictions. It depends on what justice you're talking about, but that opens the whole discussion up for more possibilities, and it's like intentionally doing that. I feel like I would like the middle one more if it said, maybe not. Maybe the middle one. Let's just do the middle one. War must be waged with a just cause. Yes, everyone seems to say so. Really? Okay. Oh, she didn't like that one, I guess. Maybe. I guess we'll see in the future. Uh-oh. My bad, Henia. Well, oh well, what are you gonna do? Uh-oh, this should be funny. What happened to the promised sanctuary? They ran at the first sign of battle. Those Papal States people are despicable. Don't worry, leader. Next time, Boss Rico will teach those Papal States people a lesson. She's such a fun character. Alright. I don't know if we probably have to do some regional stuff too yet, right? I think considering we got like 15 minutes-ish between now and when it would be nice to wrap things up. I think we've got to do non-battles here too for the next two. But we're getting there. I thought we could maybe finish this up today, but obviously we did a little bit of non-gameplay today, so tomorrow most likely. No, we don't want to give away Luxite Dust. Oh man, we're gonna have to, I think. Yeah, I really don't want to do a battle because that'll take like all of our time up. Well, maybe that would actually be better then, and then we can start tomorrow with Credenza's resolution. That might actually be better because it doesn't look like there's not actually any good option in these bottom four, which is not usually the case. So we might actually want to just get like tailored training if we can't get something good there too. I think let's do that, but first let's see what we can do down here. Let's see. Man, they just really want our Luxite dust, don't they? Rough, really rough. Oh man. Maybe they took it back into the truck accidentally, and then they realized what they did, and so then they're gonna bring it back out at the end of their shift or something. I just hope everything arrives and it's in, and there's no like no damage to it or something with such a mix-up going on here. Let's see. Increase HP by 30 if the character is dying. Additionally, deals piercing damage. Okay. Oh my gosh, we're getting another one. That's right, I forgot about that. And this one's that stuff. Okay, let's just do a battle. Okay, what is it? Cape Woodland Suburban Wolf Problem. Okay, we're fighting puppies. Amid the chaos of war, wolf packs in the outskirts have rapidly expanded, seriously threatening residents' safety. Well, we can't have that, right? We've got to protect the people from the wolves. As much as we love all the puppies, we've got to protect the humans too. Let's see here. They love using this stage for like demos and stuff, right? This is the stage they use for SP Fakehouse trial, I think. Those are friendlies. So we've got what, like, oh, we've got a lot of puppies. 2, 4, 6. Got 9 puppies. 10, 11 puppies. Okay. All the puppies. They're all seekers. Whatever. It's fine. No, get out of here. What are you doing? Candlelight. Now, I think all 4 of these characters have the tailored training thing now that increases range. So everybody's range here should be like actually just massive. We might not need to have anybody move here. And probably her. They have longer range, so I think we can actually just stay put and let them come to us though. Oh my gosh, more puppies are coming. Yeah, what's her range? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, look at that. That's a long sword slash there, Safi. That's kind of funny. Oh, nice damage. Oh man, can't get there. This will be over really. Uh-oh. Are those elites? Oh my gosh, so many puppies. 16 or more. Okay, we can do that. Oh, they're breakers. What kind of puppies are they? Wild wolves. No, they're all wild wolves, but they're breaker puppies. They're not seeker puppies. How far is this gonna go? This is not the case. It's gonna get extended a lot. She might be able to hit. Yeah, but whatever, we don't care. We should start moving forward a little bit though, because I think we're gonna have to move everybody forward a little bit. Nice snipe there. Oh man. Nah. Oh, wait. Dude, he can shoot the puppies over here. You know what? Do it. That's fun. We've got like a whole squad of Nungles out here or something. Oh man, you can't do that. All right. Oh, come on, one tile, really? Fine, if you want to. There you go. Happy? Oh, come on, why? This should be interesting. I bet we can catch one of the puppies with this. Because this is not. Let's see how far over it goes. Oh, maybe if we're lucky. Oh, no, the puppy came towards us. Shoot. Why are the puppies still fighting the barricade? That's kind of funny. There we go, that wasn't too bad. Okay, so maybe we'll be able to get both of these done. Real quick here. Alright, so we got that one, and then I think we probably just do this one too. Okay. Rabia Oasis, guard against night raid. We've received intel that Elmen slave traders plan to raid our caravan under the cover of darkness. Let's turn the tables and capture them all in one sweep. Sounds good. Get rid of these scummy slave traders. We don't need them out here, out and about. I mean, let's see. Who are we all using here? Got 5 characters. A lot of defenders over there that Ragnar can deal with here. And then no, should be over here. I don't know if I've actually seen this stage before. With this little pool, actually, you know what? I think maybe the only time I've seen it, you know, because I haven't finished the merchant playthrough yet, and we're gonna have to start over too, because I had to yeet what we'd done so we could do this story. Is this the stage that was in Hasna's banner trial? I think it might have been. And I think that's the only time I've seen this stage, because I haven't got that far in this story. I think that's the case. Okay, we need. This is Goku. We need to send one of them over here, though. I don't know. I mean, maybe he can take all 4 of them. Oh well, you know, that's probably okay. Don't even need to decide, do I? Oh gosh, I forgot. He has that. He has that weapon equipped where it takes his HP. Why are you guys all like spread out and stuff? I love that little bow she does at the end. It's so cute. Kind of figured that we might have to do this one. Oh, that's glorious. Yes, do it. This is like one of the silliest animations in this game, right? She just like lobs this ball over to the enemies. It's so goofy. Whee, boom. I don't know why it just seems so silly. Oh yeah, Ragnar is cooking. Alright, these two fights were nice and perfect, so short. Which is just what the doctor ordered. Okay. I think that's a really good stopping point. We'll pick up tomorrow with Credenza's resolution, and we'll jump right into the story at the start of tomorrow. And hopefully the website won't have added like SP Fakeout or like Camelot's Kid or something to the game, and we'll have to start by looking at that. I mean, have to, right? Yeah, not really, but yeah, I think that's probably gonna do it. This was a really interesting scene. I like Yserinde as a character a lot. Yeah, I think that's gonna do it for today. If you're watching on YouTube, as per usual, please subscribe if you aren't already, and please leave a comment on the video. Helps with the channel growth. I forgot to mention, I started finally YouTubing a year ago because of this game. I used its launch as as an excuse to finally get my butt in gear and start doing YouTube stuff too. And it's been slow going so far, but we've been picking up steam, and I just hit 100 subs, I think, within the last weeks around the year mark for this game, so that was kind of cool. It's a very small milestone to hit, but it's a milestone nonetheless. So if you're watching on YouTube and you do already subscribe to me, shout out, thank you, appreciate it. Thanks for helping the channel grow, and we'll hopefully see more growth in the next year of this game too, as we keep going with it. But yeah, that's gonna do it for today's stream for Tuesday the 12th. We'll be back tomorrow on Wednesday the 13th for more sort of Convallaria, more for this World of Peace content. And until then, take care, guys. Have a great rest of your Tuesday, and we'll hopefully see you on Wednesday. Take care, guys. Hanging out with me live on Twitch as well. Thanks for the company as always. It was a pleasure, and we'll see you later. Peace.